This is Arch Oboler. In a horrific time, in a horrible world, I have been asked to try and horrify you, all in fun, of course. A challenge in horror, so to speak. Now, I know that you're not a person who is easily frightened. Monsters, ghosts, the dead. Who gets scared at that sort of thing anymore? You don't. Or do you? Do you ever think of the undead? The ghostly ones crowded under their gravestones, the restless dead, millions of them there under the ground. May we try something? Turn your lights out. Yes, all of them. Lights out, everybody. Now then, sit down in a chair and turn your back to the loudspeaker. Yes, turn your back. Now sit quietly, very quietly. The room very quiet. Now whatever I say, don't turn around. Remember that. Don't turn around. Do you hear that? Now don't turn around. Something is coming up behind you. No, don't turn around. It's coming closer and closer and closer. It's something... Oh, no. Dead. It's been dead so very long. No, don't turn around. Closer and closer. Decay, the odor of decay. You almost smell it, can't you now? Don't turn. It's putting out its hand toward your neck. Skeleton hands reaching for your neck, touching your neck. No, you weren't scared, were you? All right, to continue on our challenge in horror.
Welcome to Darkness. I'm your host, Claude. There's good news tonight. I'm leaving this program. After all, who wants to be hanging around here? I've been selected as the host for a TV series called Make Me Scream. Audience participation, of course. An interesting concept. Don't faint, and you're a winner. Wonderful prizes. A year's supply of lady fingers. Real ones, naturally. Or a trip to the Embalmers Convention. One way. Don't miss the first show with our special guest, a celebrity who hasn't been seen in years. Oh, we've had a hard time digging him up. Well, enough of my urbane wit and charm. Tonight we have a wonderful treat, a delightful tale. Stay tuned, if you dare.
Jazz, America's original art form. Hi, this is Bob Ringwald, and every Friday I bring you the Bourbon Street Parade. 90 minutes of Dixieland jazz, early swing, and ragtime. That's Fridays at 3 p.m. for the Bourbon Street Parade, right here on 88.5 FM, KCSN Northridge.
Back so soon? You ready to have your hair stand on end? Good. Our story is entitled Funhouse. A fascinating drama that's going to make your blood run cold.
All right,
folks, step this way for the one and only Funhouse. 50 cents for the ride of the night. Hurry, hurry. How about it, partner? You and the little lady only a buck? Hey, what do you say? 50 cents. Only 2 quarters.
Oscar!
Florio, in the middle of the jam. Another time, huh?
The manager wants to see you.
Now?
That's what he said.
Oh, geez, a hell of a time.
Now, Oscar.
So, all right. Frank, take over for a minute, huh?
How much you make so far?
About 100. What's he want? More dough, is that it?
Be silent.
Florio, if there's any hassle, it comes out of your operation. Oh.
We are in this together. Remember that. My museum and your stupid ride are as one.
Sure, Florio. Sure.
Ah, Madame Florio. You grace my humble office.
How kind.
Not at all, dear lady. And Oscar, how are you, my boy?
Okay.
Some wine, perhaps?
No, thank you. I don't imagine this is a social visit.
Ah, right to the point. As always.
Listen, we got a lease. The rent's paid.
Quiet, you fool.
Well, I shall dispense with the civilities of negotiation. Yes, I'm quite dissatisfied with your display.
Hey, the Funhouse has always made enough money to cover both joints.
Precisely, Oscar. You put your finger right on it. Madame Florio's wax museum is the source of concern.
I'm working on some new ideas. It takes time.
And time, dear lady, is running out. Your displays, those disgraceful wax figures, misshapen by the elements and gowned in tattered costumes, a sad commentary on your past greatness.
New figures cost a fortune, which neither Oscar or I have at this moment.
Indeed, indeed. However, I want a new concept, a new idea. In short, I demand a change. Horrors, thrills. Give the public what it wants. Blood. You will produce a new display within 3 months, or you're out.
I will not stoop to the mundane or the base.
90 days. Or else.
Or else? Or else? All right. Florio give you new concept. Yes, I show you. Florio shall produce a chamber of horrors that will make your blood run cold.
Hurry, right this way. The Funhouse, only 50 cents. Zip right up. What about it, girls?
Come on, Phil. No way. Those places frighten me.
Oh, be a sport, young lady. Where can you enjoy yourself for half a buck these days?
You're not getting me in there. Don't be a party pooper.
Tell you what I'm going to do. Take a ride. If you don't like it, if you ain't happy, double your money. What do you say?
No, I don't like spooky rides.
It ain't scary. A couple of wolfhounds, skeletons. To tell the truth, it's pretty run down. Please take the ride. I need customers.
Susan, come on. Oh, all right. But I'm closing my eyes.
There you go. Okay, here, into this car. Tighten the seatbelt. Remember, keep the fingers in. See you later.
Welcome to the Funhouse.
This is idiotic. Oh, relax. Welcome to the Funhouse. It sounds like my brother. Look like him, too. Oh, this has got to be the worst ride. No wonder they don't have any customers. Whoa, a laughing dummy. Wow. We stopped. Big deal. I'm scared. We're not moving at all. Did you hear that? I don't like this. Hello?
Why don't you get out of the car?
Why don't you go to hell?
Step out of the car. But first, let there be light.
Oh, no. Don't move. Don't
my friends.
Joyce! Joyce! This is horribly now! Help! Someone on the left is moving this way!
Oh, you don't like my little pet. All right, you may proceed.
Oh, Phil. Run! I'll never get out of here. Never! Stop it! That was horrible. Horrible! Help! Somebody! What's that? What? Listen.
Scare you?
I don't think you're funny. Get us out of this stupid place.
Yes, certainly. Follow me.
I'm going to report you to the police. You and your dumb tricks.
Sorry, dear. I think snakes are delightful.
Get us out of here.
Of course. We're almost out.
I don't see an exit.
Must have lost my way. Sorry.
Look, creep. We want out now. Hey, turn on the light.
Oh, my. Must be a power failure. Perhaps she's here? Or there?
Susan, where are you?
This way. Or that way. She can't help you in the darkness. Maybe she's with the snake. Imagine reptiles slithering over your body. A cobra moving across your mouth. A rattler working up your leg. All right, dear. This way. That's it. No, turn left.
When I get out of here.
Here. You get out of here. A little more. More. Stop.
This isn't the way out.
Of course not. It's the way to Susan. She's waiting for you.
Sue, are you all right? Where are you?
Turn the corner. She's there. Oh, let me turn on the light. Nothing. But the cobra certainly made an impression. I hope you're enjoying my...
Funhouse, 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 funhouse.
Isn't he a barrel of laughs? Stay tuned, won't you?
This is Bob Edwards, co-host of National Public Radio's All Things Considered. From 3 Mile Island to Catalina Island, All Things Considered talks to people from all parts of the nation and all parts of the world. Join Susan Stamberg and me each weeknight as we introduce you to new people, new places, and new ideas on National Public Radio's All Things Considered.
All Things Considered airs Monday through Friday evenings at 6:15 on KCSN Northridge.
You'll miss the conclusion of our little play. I guess Arthur has invented a whole new concept. Too bad he's taking the fun out of the girls' lives. They tried. Some joke,
And you'll do what, my darling? Where are you, my angel? I want to see you, to touch your soft skin. Hello. I want to hold you in my arms. Kiss you. Don't hide. Oscar loves you. Love you. I want to run my fingers through your hair. I want you!
He's almost gone. Man gone? Do I see man gone?
I see you!
This way. There's the door.
Darling! Darling!
He comes! He comes!
Welcome to Madame Floriot's Hall of the Immortals. You have entered the world of the famous. This way for scenes of great moments in history.
Hello? Hello? Anybody here? No wax people. Afraid. Stop it. Stop. Come here, Census. I can't take any more. Sorry. Oh, snakes. Across the floor. Nearly touched me. We're almost out of this. It's over. Over. Do you understand? Over. Yes. Yes. Let's go. Who is it? Who's in here? We are. Oh, it was horrible. Man with snakes. You poor children. It's over. I know who did this. That simpleton Oscar. I'll take care of him. Scared. I want that thing put away. Without doubt. Come with me. That's the 5th time this month. The man is insane. Only Tuesday, he almost... what's the use? Those little boys will never be the same. We're going to call the authorities. Can she lie down? Yes, right there. Easy, Sue. We're all right. Hello? This is Madame Florio. I want to speak with Detective Colton. Thank you. Officer Colton. That man Oscar is up to his disgusting tricks again. This time, young girls. One of them is in shock. She needs medical attention. They're in my office. Yes, they are safe. Thank you. They're coming. How is she? I don't know. He chased her with snakes. That imbecile. I want him behind bars. You cannot imagine the half of it. Frightened, 2 boys almost out of their wits. I won't go into it. Why don't they stop him? I've been after the management for months. But at least you are safe. The police are still looking for an elderly couple last seen entering his vile establishment. Lucky you found the fire door that connects our exhibits. Your wax figures are marvelous. Hardly. Once they were the talk of 2 continents, seen by kings and queens. Today, laughable relics. Who cares about moments in history? Yet, they seem so real. Merely wax and wire. Now, most of the gowns and hats in tatters. Would you like to see? No, you had enough excitement for one night. Night? Certainly. It's almost 2. The park has been closed for hours. What's keeping them? I'm going to call again. This is disgraceful. Joyce, are we safe? We're fine. Just rest. Strange. The line is dead. What? I cannot get a dial tone. Try it again. Nothing. phone trouble all this week. Don't worry, they're on the way.
Oh, not soon enough. Oh, I can't sit still. Why don't we look at your figures? It's a fantastic concept.
All right. Let me show you my treasure.
Oh, don't leave me, please. Can't you rest? No. I want to go with you.
Of course. I think that is sensible. Come with me. Come. Over here is the prize of my collection. Marie Antoinette.
Oh, yes. How beautiful.
I know. Her face twisted from years of heat. And her gown. Sad. Once the gem of my museum.
Her wig looks so real.
It's made from human hair. My, I think you would fit right into her gown.
Maybe.
No one wants to see beauty or elegance anymore. Who cares about style or grace? Today the commoners want violence, blood, torture.
I wonder what's keeping the police.
Today, gore. My Marie with her head chopped off. Jack the Ripper. I told him Florio would never stoop to such circus tricks, but he said he wants a new concept. All right, I give him thrill.
Can we go back in your office?
That's all they're used to. Murders, limbs hacked off, brains oozing out of a skull.
Joyce, let's get out of here.
No! You are part of my concept. I'll never let you go. My dear, you are the Marie I have been waiting for.
The police will be here.
No, I never really called them.
You're crazy.
All geniuses are crazy. Oscar!
Hiya, girl.
Here we are. Marie, and you can be Lady Bourne.
Oh, keep away from us.
Don't you want to be immortal?
Oscar can make you live forever. Yes, and we need you.
I need you.
Don't come near us. Don't.
Just like the others. The little boy screamed and screamed.
Until I took them.
You see, dear girl, Oscar is a wonderful embalmer.
I love to touch dead skin. Oh, I'll give you rosy cheeks and new eyes.
There's no escape. I want you.
Are we getting out of here?
I don't think so.
Oh, yes, we are.
Put that blanket out. Move back.
Now stay close to me, Sue. Back where everything goes up in smoke.
I'll kill her.
Stay away from them.
Stay away from that door.
I mean, don't you want to be immortal? The centerpiece of Madame Florio's Chamber of Horror?
Joey! Oh, I should burn this place to a crisp.
We can't let them get away. They'll tell everything.
No! Come on, Sue, this way.
Never! My dear Florio, the displays are brilliant, magnificent,
You like my Chamber of Horrors?
delightful, especially Lizzie Bowden and Marie at the guillotine. So realistic. I feel the eyes following me.
Oscar and I have further plans. A torture scene from the Inquisition.
I look forward to that one.
We have to find the right elements to make it authentic. Young men on the rack, twisted limbs, that sort of thing.
Take your time. Indeed, now that the people are flocking to your door. Look at the time. I must be off. Madame, you're the finest attraction in my park. I bid you adieu. Okay. What do you say? Step right up. The one and only Funhouse, 50 cents. Hey. Just because I like clean-cut college boys. Come here, fella. Tell you what I'm going to do. Double your money if you ain't scared. Straight out.
I guess the girls did stay, after all. Sort of a permanent home. Next time you're in one of those places, make sure you can find the nearest exit. By the way, Oscar told me he's been looking for someone just your size.
Today, good jobs require specialization. This education beyond high school is expensive, but there is help. The federal government now provides more grants, low-interest loans, and work study to more students than ever before. Just contact the financial aid administrator at school or write Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044. Apply yourself.
This message has been brought to you as a public service by this station and the U.S. Office of Education.
Next on Darkness.
I don't care what data you've got. That woman is not 83. Listen, Charles, you don't have to con me.
I'm not. Damn it, Newmark, we've hit on a vaccine that prevents aging.
Oh, forget it. It's a switch. Whoever she is, pay her off and tell her to get lost.
We started her treatments 3 months ago. Nothing happened until the 23rd.
When the real Angela Renwick died and you brought in the shill.
On the 25th, her metabolism changed. Since then, her skin, her hair, everything became rejuvenated and hasn't stopped.
Want to stay young? Then tune in for our next Darkness drama by Ken Gerard. It's called Lifespan. Don't miss it. Funhouse was written by Ken Gerard and directed by Roger Littner. Featured in the cast were Barbara Kerr, Wendy Allen, Gregory Snagoff, and Sandra Kenworthy. Also heard were William Irwin, Michael Emmel, and Bob Farley. Sound patterns by David Surtees. Darkness is a Roger Littner, Ken Gerard radio production. Now, until next time, this is your host, Claude, wishing you good night forever.
Out of the dark of night, from the shadows of the senses, comes this, the fantasy of fear. Nightmare, starring as your exciting guide to terror, Peter Lorre.
You know, sleep is an interesting thing. Of course, you are aware that the eye of the mind never closes in slumber. It never tires of seeing things, thoughts, and ideas. Some of these things seen by the mind are in turn caught by the memory. And we awake with a start. Did it really happen, or was I dreaming? And sometimes you're never sure. There was Jeff, who awoke one morning from a somewhat fitful sleep, awoke to find that he was a very unhappy man. And he searched to find a reason for that unhappiness in those first moments of waking. And the weight of worry and suspicion fell upon his shoulders like a well-tailored coat.
You are listening to Peter Lorre tell you of The Hollow Footsteps, another transcribed story of Nightmare.
Now, about this man, Jeff Martin, really very ordinary fellow, and no more. But something happened to Jeff Martin. He awoke unhappy. Not the normal unhappiness of a gloomy day, oh no. But a deep, bleak kind of unhappiness that reaches down into the crevices of the soul. I wonder just what could be causing all this sudden distress. Yeah, it's almost like a man who's being followed, huh? Let's find out.
Jeff?
Huh?
The new cinemascope is playing at the Grand. Like to see it this week? Would you, Jeff?
What did you say, Ellen?
You didn't hear a word I said.
I'm sorry, dear.
Jeff, what's the matter?
I don't know.
If you ask me, you're coming down with one of those viruses.
Yeah.
Why don't you run around to Dr. Parsons?
Yes.
Tomorrow?
Yes?
Promise?
I promise, Gloria.
Good, because I think... What?
I said I promise.
You said Gloria.
Huh?
You said, I promise Gloria.
No, I didn't.
She's in your mind again, isn't she?
No.
She's in your mind again.
Ellen.
You can't forget it. You just never forget
Ellen, it
it.
was only a slip, please. Ellen.
Slip, you're always making a slip. Always that same slip.
It always doesn't happen often anymore.
It shouldn't happen at all.
I'm sorry, Ellen.
She's in your mind, isn't she?
Yes.
Get her out, Jeff.
I will do.
Where are you going?
Out for a walk. Maybe drop in and see Sam.
Sorry, I've lost my temper, Jeff.
It's all right.
Try it again. You've got to find out. You've got to make sure. There they are. There she is. Don't turn your head. Faster. See? She's following you. Just slow down now. This store window. Now look. Turn your head slowly. Look carefully. Now. There she is, up the street. Get closer, Jeff. Get closer this time. Now. She's going away. Don't let her go away. Catch her now. Here, come here. Gloria. Gone.
Thanks.
Now, what's it all about?
Nothing, Sam. I'll be all right.
Look, Jeff, I'm your friend.
I know.
I don't want to pry, but if there's something the matter, some way I can help.
Sam. Thanks.
Well, I'm listening.
Did you ever think you were being followed?
Followed? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, did you ever have the feeling that somebody was following you?
Now, Jeff, after all.
I told you you'd think I was.
I didn't say anything like that. Wait a minute, will you?
I'm sorry.
Matter of fact, I've experienced that feeling at times. I think everybody has.
Think so?
Yes, I do.
You got another drink?
Sure. Something that doesn't amount to anything. You're sure doing a lot of drinking about it.
I'll be all right.
Well, how's Ellen these days?
Ellen's fine. Oh, which reminds me, I better get back. I told her I wouldn't be long. Thanks for the drink, Sam.
Don't mention it.
I left my coat here someplace.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh, yeah.
Look, you want some company on the way home? I could use some air.
Huh? Yeah. That's an idea. Walk back with me, Sam. That's a good idea.
Well, I think you'll be all right, Jeff. Probably just nerves, like you said, working too hard, that's all. You ought to slow down.
Yeah, maybe.
Lots of people have feelings like this every once in a
But
while.
it's so real.
Huh?
So real. It seems so real when she comes.
She? Who?
A woman.
Oh, so you're being followed by a woman. Yeah, let's see what you're so worried about. If you take my advice.
Wait a minute, wait. You hear?
Hear what?
Listen.
I don't hear a thing.
Walk a few steps. You hear her? She's there behind us.
Jeff, I can't.
Turn around, quick. There she is. There she goes around that corner.
I'll get her. You wait here.
You saw her. You saw her, Sam.
I can't understand it.
What's the matter?
I just can't understand it.
What, Sam? What?
She was gone. No place to go. No place to hide.
Gloria.
What?
I saw her face this time. It was Gloria.
Gloria?
But it can't be, Sam. It couldn't be, could it? Gloria's dead. Been dead for 15 years.
You see, now you have part of the answer. Jeff is being followed. And by a woman. Well, a man should not mind too much if he's being followed by a woman. There's no such thing as an uninteresting female. Women are so, what is the word? Let's see, where was I? Oh, yes. So Jeff Martin is being followed by a woman. Being followed till he finds himself trapped. Trapped in a living nightmare. Now, let's see. Where were we? Oh, yes. There must be a reason why some strange female is so interested in him. Hey, I know of a way to stop that woman's constant pursuit. You know, women are always so fond of pretty kerchiefs. Yes, but why would a woman follow such a plain man as Jeff Martin? Well, let's find out.
Ready for coffee? Are you ready for coffee, Jeff? Do you want coffee or don't?
Oh, yes, thanks.
What's the matter, Jeff?
Do you believe in ghosts, Ellen?
Ghosts?
That people can come back from death to haunt, to follow you until...
Jeff, I think you better see a doctor.
You don't believe me, do you?
Believe you? How could I? Just that there aren't any things like ghosts. You know that as well as I do.
No, I don't.
You do. I know you do. It's just that you're upset, that's all. You're upset and you won't face what's really upsetting you, and so you think of
That's not true, Ellen. I know it's not true. Because I'm being followed by one, followed by a ghost.
Jeff.
She's back, Ellen. She's come back to haunt me.
Who, Jeff?
Gloria.
You're thinking of her again. You just won't let her alone, will you? You won't let her be dead. You have to keep thinking about her, reminding yourself about her and reminding me.
That's not it, Ellen.
Don't tell me what's true and not true. Staring us in the face, Jeff. You still love her. You want her back.
Ellen, please.
You can't have her back. You hear that? You can't have her back. She's dead. She's dead, Jeff. She's dead, and the dead don't come back.
Ellen, please. Ellen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost control. Won't happen again. How can I be jealous of a dead woman? It's impossible, isn't it? Silly. I just wish you'd stop saying your name in front of me, Jeff. I wish you'd stop.
Ellen, believe me, I'm not doing this deliberately. She's come back, I tell you. She follows me on the street.
Please, Jeff.
Ellen, it's true.
Please, Jeff, I don't want to hear any more about it. Please. Phone's ringing.
Huh?
Phone.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Jeff. Hello,
Who is this?
Jeff.
Who is this?
Jeff, darling.
Who is this? Who is it?
Jeff? Jeff, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Who was it? Who was on the phone?
Gloria. It was Gloria.
Jeff, stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Ellen, listen, it was Gloria. She's come back.
Stop it. Don't tell me it was Gloria. Or Gloria's ghost. Ghosts don't use the telephone, Jeff. They don't have
Listen to me,
I'm
Ellen.
through listening. Why you're doing this to me, Jeff, I don't know why, but I won't take it much longer.
Ellen.
I'll leave. Do you hear? I'll leave you, Jeff.
I don't know what to do, Sam. I just don't know what to do.
Well, the only suggestion I have is this man Cole, Gerald Cole.
I don't know.
Why don't you try him?
He's a medium, something like that?
No, not exactly. I wouldn't call him a medium. He deals with the same problems, but he approaches them from different angles. He's a scientist, Jeff. Very scientific. No phony.
I think he'd be able to help.
I think so.
But there aren't any such things as ghosts, Sam. I know it. I know there can't be ghosts.
Then what's the explanation?
I don't know. You think there are ghosts, Sam? Do you believe in them?
Well, let's put it this way. I don't disbelieve. Remember what Shakespeare said? There's stranger things in heaven and earth?
Yeah.
You want to see Cole? I can set up an appointment.
All right, I'll try anything once. I have to do something.
It's expensive.
Money doesn't matter, Sam. Nothing matters now but my peace of mind, my marriage. I've got to do something. Tell Cole I'll see him. The same. Always been the same. Footsteps following me. But when I turn around, she's there just for a second. I see her, and then she's gone.
You've tried to follow her?
Yes. Never successfully. She just seems to disappear into thin air.
I see. And she's called you on the phone?
Yes.
You've recognized the voice?
No mistake.
I see. Obviously an electrophonic ectoplasmic phenomena.
What's that?
Well, you needn't understand the terms. Ghost is good enough.
What can I do? Mr. Cole, what can I do?
We mustn't rush it. This requires careful consideration.
Will you take the case?
Well, I'm not sure yet.
But you've got to. You've got to help me.
Of course, Mr. Martin. I'll try. But there are a number of things to do first. We'll have to have one or two more consultations. Full history detailed. On the basis of the facts, I'll know better how to approach it, or whether to approach it at all. Sometimes this procedure can be, dangerous. If the person had a severely aggressive nature, for example, I'll have to know all about it.
What do you want to know?
Everything. In cases of electrophonic ectoplasmic phenomena, we need to know everything. And if there are complications of nuclear nature, we must proceed carefully, very carefully.
How much will all this cost?
That depends on what we find in the preliminary consultations. This interview will be $500. The next, perhaps $700.
$1,200?
A heavy drain on my powers, Mr. Martin. You must understand that. Cases of electrophonic ectoplasm are difficult.
All right. I'll go through with it.
Good. I think you've made a wise decision. But you must tell me everything.
Yes.
Now, let's get started, shall we? The woman's name, Gloria?
Gloria Denham.
And when did she die?
15 years ago.
Now, Mr. Martin, what exactly was your relationship to her?
We were engaged to be married.
I see.
And, of course, you must have had disagreements, fights at times. Will you tell me the exact nature of such arguments?
Have you lost all your reason?
It's the only way, Ellen. Believe me, it's the only way. I've got to beat this thing. I can't let Gloria go on.
Stop it. Sick and tired of hearing about Gloria and Gloria's ghost. You're just trying to hurt me, Jeff.
No.
You're trying to hurt me and ruin yourself. Oh, let me.
Ellen.
Hello.
Jeff, darling.
Who is it?
Jeff.
Who is it? Who is it?
Ellen.
Gloria. It was Gloria. I heard her voice. Oh, but that's impossible, Jeff. It's impossible. Isn't it?
And then what happened?
I left.
Yes?
I just left, that's all.
I have a feeling there's more to it, Mr. Martin, and you must tell me.
No, there's no more to it. I told you I left. I just left. I never saw her after that.
Now, come, Mr. Martin. There must be something you're holding back.
Stop it, will you?
I'll have to drop this case if you don't tell me.
All right, I killed her. Is that what you want to hear?
Did you?
Yes. I killed her that night. I killed Gloria Denham. Now are you satisfied? I killed her, and that's why she's come back after 15 years.
Confession is always good for a soul. Or her, so I'm told. Jeff Martin, the guilt became too much for you, didn't it? Like a stone around your neck. What are you going to do? Huh? Oh, poor Jeff. He's being followed. Followed by guilt. Followed. Until he's found himself trapped in a living nightmare. People, oh, there are so many different kinds of them, and so many of them look like so many of the rest of them, and a few look exactly alike. Yeah, have you ever come face to face with someone in a crowd who looked exactly like you? Perhaps you've met someone who looks like a person you knew, or someone you knew very well. A person very close to you. For a split second, you're gripped with terror. It cannot be true. And you know why. It may be for the same reason Jeff Martin has. That person is not alive. I wonder what poor Jeff will do.
And then? Well, she fell hard. At first I thought she was only unconscious, but then when I couldn't bring her to, I knew she was dead. That was when I left. I left the apartment. Nobody ever questioned me. I was in the clear, I thought. I never heard about her again.
Have a drink, Mr. Martin.
Here you are. Thanks. In a way, it's a relief. A relief to tell somebody. It's been bottled up all these years. I feel better.
Of course.
Well, I guess you better call the police.
Now, Mr. Martin, please don't be so hasty. There may not be any need to call the police.
But I killed her. I'm a murderer.
Yes, I know. But we must recognize the real role. The police haven't bothered you for 15 years. Why invite trouble now?
Gloria's back. That's the trouble.
Gloria, we can deal with.
We can?
A difficult case, but I think I can do it. Yes, we must conduct a seance and put this ghost to bed once and for all.
Well, how much will it be?
$4,000.
$4,000? Oh, no, I can't.
Now, you're a man of means,
But
Mr.
that's
Martin.
all the money I have in the world. It's more than I've got.
All right. I won't press you, Mr. Martin. If you feel you can't afford it, you know best. But I feel it my duty to point out the risks you're running, the possible danger.
What do you mean?
You see, these cases of electrophonic ectoplasm are unique. And there are definitely nuclear photon complications. The woman Gloria has achieved after 15 years of sonic and visual representation. She's obviously a strong positron framework. An exceptional amount of beta gamma omega energy reserve. She will attain a material representation. And then,
then what?
She has the power to kill. But if you can't afford the seance, Mr. Martin, I understand these things. I'm sorry I can't be of any more help, but my time is valuable.
Wait. I'll go through with it.
The seance?
Yes. When can you do it?
Tomorrow, if you like. We'll need a strong life energy frame to resist her power.
All right.
See you tomorrow, then. Now, if you'll all be seated.
Any particular place?
You over there, Mr. Lacey.
All right.
Miss Martin will take the central seat.
Yes.
Mrs. Martin?
Thank you.
Now I think we're about ready.
Do we hold hands or anything?
As I've informed your husband, Mrs. Martin, I'm not a medium. My work is scientific. No, we don't hold hands.
Oh.
If you'll just place your palms on the electrodes, we'll have the contact we need. I sit here, you see, next to the controls. It's by means of these controls that we achieve the contact with the electrophonic ectoplasmic beam.
I see.
Gloria has succeeded in rearranging her energies into a representation of the life form once again. A remarkable feat, if I do say so. But, on the other hand, she's put herself in danger. We can trap her by means of this machinery, you see. A complicated circuit, but essentially an arrangement of cathodes and anodes that will create a magnetic flux and draw her into our sight. Trapped.
I can't go through with it. No, I can't. Let me out of here.
Jeff, sit down.
Ellen, I can't.
You can. Sit down, Jeff. Sit down.
All right.
Now I think we're ready. Mr. Lacey, will you turn out the lights?
Sure.
Good. Now I'll set the controls. Now, please don't be frightened. What's that? Just adjusting the frequency, Miss Martin. She can vary her wavelength, too, you know. That way she tries to evade us. But we'll get her. What's that? We've nabbed her. She can't escape now.
Let me out of here.
Sit down, Jeff. Sit down. I want to see this.
There she is.
Oh. Is it her, Jeff? Gloria?
Yes, it's Gloria.
She's fluorescent. She glows.
Gloria, what do you want? Why don't you leave me alone? Why do you...
Yes. Oh, Jeff, you poor darling.
Don't you dare call my husband darling.
Be quiet, Ellen.
You poor darling, Jeff. I forgot.
Oh, Gloria.
That's why I came back, Jeff. I didn't want you to suffer.
You certainly succeeded. The poor man hasn't had a day's peace for months.
Gloria, I didn't mean it.
I know that. That's why I came back to tell you I know her.
Gloria.
You hussy! I'm his wife! You couldn't hold him, but I did. You hear that? You hussy!
Oh, Jeff, darling, I feel so sorry for you. You're so lonely, aren't you?
No.
Oh, if I could only come back completely, it'd make me so happy.
You ghost! I dare you hard and fight me like
Don't
this!
sit down, Ellen. Mrs. Martin will destroy the image.
That's what I intend to do once and for all. Ellen, don't! Turn on the lights! What? Don't do anything in here! Turn on the lights, or darling! Let's do it! Let's do it! That's the lights!
No, don't. She'll go away.
You let go of me! Let go! You hurry! Oh, with pleasure! Now, you can turn off that fake machinery, Mr. Cole, and disconnect that microphone.
Microphone?
Yes, I suppose so. I don't need it any longer, do we?
Gloria.
Yes, there's your ghost, Jeff. She's as alive as I am. Whether you're alive is questionable. Shut up.
Gloria, I don't understand. You're not dead.
All right, Mr. Cole. Now you can return my husband's $4,000.
Well, now...
Well, what?
Nothing. Of course I'll return it. This was your fault, Lacey. You suggested his wife be here.
Don't blame me, Cole. I did my best. You were in on it, too. You...
Now, wait a minute, Jeff.
Stop it. There's a better way to wind this up. Huh? Go on, Jeff. Don't just stand there.
Oh, yeah.
No. Really, Mrs. Martin, is this necessary? It was only a little joke.
But the laugh's on you. Oh, for heaven's sake, look what you did to my nylon. Oh, good.
Hello, police?
And so it was an awful dream the poor man had, one that left him running crazy mad. Do not be afraid or harbor doubts about the mind, unless the eye of the mind goes blind. Go your way and see quite free. These things never happen to you or me. Oh, I do hope you'll sleep tonight. No, I will. I think I'll have something warm before I retire, and then off to some pleasant dreams.
Thy soul shall find itself alone, mid dark thoughts of the grey tombstone, not one of all the crowd to pry into thine hour of secrecy. Be silent in that solitude, which is not loneliness, for then the spirits of the dead who stood in life before thee are again in death around thee, and their will shall overshadow thee. Be still. The night, though clear, shall frown, and the stars shall not look down from their high thrones in the heaven, with light like hope to mortals given. But their red orbs without beam to thy weariness shall seem as a burning and a fever which would cling to thee forever. Now our thoughts thou shalt not banish, now our visions ne'er to vanish. From thy spirit shall they pass, no more, like dewdrop from the grass. The breeze, the breath of God is still, and the mist upon the hill, shadowy, shadowy, yet unbroken, is a symbol and a token. How it hangs upon the trees, a mystery of mysteries. The year was 1829. The sleepy town of Newcastle, Massachusetts, was bearing the grunt of a particularly harsh winter snowstorm. Mary Brown had just turned sweet 16 and was sitting down for a humble supper with her family, thanking the good Lord for sparing their house in this harsh weather and providing them with enough food. All were in a festive mood. Then the unexplainable happened. Before Mary even took her first bite, her entire body went into violent convulsions. She started choking. Her parents tried to save her, but to no avail. Mary was dead within minutes. 6 weeks to the day after Mary's mysterious death, the Browns awoke early in the morning to loud knocks on their door. It was Mary's best friend, Sarah. In a panic, she told the couple that she'd just seen Mary floating down Main Street, her toes inches from the ground. Mary's ghost was smiling and laughing, said Sarah, as it aimlessly roamed about town. In the following days, many similar stories were heard around Newcastle. The Browns, who had rapidly aged from their grief and misery, soon became very ill, and both died just a single day apart. The Brown extended family, 21 of them, were a mainstay in Newcastle, simple farmers who've lived there since the inception of the town. Over the following year, they had all mysteriously started getting very ill. Then, one after the other, all of them, with the exception of Peter, a distant cousin, had died. Without exception, all the bodies had horrible teeth marks on their necks, though no blood was apparent. The townspeople knew that the spirit of Mary, still roaming about, was involved. Rumor had it that some members of the Brown family awoke in the middle of the night to see Mary standing over their beds, grinning down at them before throttling their necks in a death grip and sucking for blood. The people of Newcastle were at a loss. Jeremiah Buckner, the notorious witch hunter and vampire expert from Salem, the next town over, was summoned in a last-ditch effort to end the horror. After meeting with the town elders, he set up a rendezvous for the following week, on the very day Mary had died 1 year earlier. The day had arrived. The clock struck midnight. Jeremiah, the elders, and Peter, now horribly ill, all gathered at the town cemetery gate. Peter could barely hold up his frail body. Everyone was expecting him to die within days, as the violent and horrifying pattern of the Browns indicated. The ritual they were about to perform that night was not for the faint of heart. As they arrived at Mary's grave, they started slowly digging until the coffin was unraveled. The elders were not prepared for what they would see next. Opening the coffin, they found Mary looking much like before she had died. Her flesh was pink and full of life, her hair and fingernails grown, and her lips were full and red. Jeremiah then poked her chest with his pocket knife. Mary bled. This was not by any stretch of the imagination an ordinary dead body. Jeremiah then proceeded to cut open her skin, reached in, and pulled out her bloody heart. Just at that moment, Peter gasped in relief. His body felt rejuvenated. It seemed his mysterious illness had all but disappeared in a matter of seconds. From that moment on, the sightings of Mary completely vanished. Peter, his health regained, would soon marry and have 3 children. The Brown family bloodline was once again revived. Though the town of Newcastle was now back to normal, to this day, its residents claim to see the ghosts of the dead Browns floating about with blank stares in their eyes.
We bring you Creeps by Night. The Blue Network presents the international star of stage and screen, the master of mystery, Boris Karloff, in Creeps by Night. How do you do? This is Boris Karloff inviting you to join with us for another dramatic exploration into the unknown darkness of the human mind. Our theme tonight is revenge. We have chosen for you a story that plumbs the very depths of one of man's primary emotions, the eternal seeking of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. This is the story of a man who waited 20 long and heartbreaking years before the opportunity came to seek vengeance. But when it did, he stalked his prey with the cold and horrible stealth of a black panther. Creeps by Night presents Boris Karloff as George Miller in The Final Reckoning. Our scene is the warden's office at the state penitentiary. A middle-aged man, his shoulders hunched and his hair prematurely gray, stands before the warden's desk, clothed in an ill-fitting prison-made suit. His face is yellowed with the pallor of long confinement, but his eyes, set deeply in dark-shadowed hollows, are bright and clear. Looking at him, the warden speaks.
Well, I wish you'd reconsider, George. I don't like to see you walk out of here in your condition.
I'll be all right, Warden.
Don't be a fool. You've just gotten over a bad case of pneumonia. Why not spend an extra week or so in the hospital? Let Doc Reed put you back on your feet.
My time is up at noon today, isn't it?
Yes, but we're glad to.
That's when I'm leaving. The moment that noon whistle blows.
You're in no shape to travel. Look at you. You're still sick, man. Deathly sick.
I've been sick for almost 20 years, Warden. Ever since those iron gates out there closed behind me. I've waited a lifetime for the cure, planned for it. Now I'm going to get it.
Oh, you're just being stubborn, George. I don't understand it. You've been a model prisoner in every way. In the entire history of the penitentiary, only 3 men have had life sentences commuted. And you're one of them. And yet, in a matter that concerns your well-being, you act like an obstinate fool. Why?
Because I've got something to do. Something very important.
What's more important than your health?
The thing I've got to do.
Wait a minute. Are you going to do something that might land you back in here? Is that it?
Don't worry, Warden.
You know, come to think of it, George, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Something personal.
Go ahead.
In all the years you've been here, why have you refused to see visitors or mail? Why did you completely cut yourself off from the outside world?
Well, it all boils down to this. A man ages a lot in 20 years. His voice changes, and his way of talking. His features change. He becomes an entirely different person. Especially in a place like this. Just knowing that you're hemmed in by 4 walls, it does something to you. Something... Well, that's the answer.
It's no answer at all.
Yes, it is. I didn't want anyone to see me age, to see the changes that were coming over me. The way it is now, with the George Miller who's walking out of here at 44, is nothing like the George Miller who was brought in at 25. They're 2 different people. No one outside this prison will ever recognize me.
And is that what you want?
That's exactly what I want.
Why? You've got nothing to be ashamed of. You've paid your debt to society.
There's another debt I have to pay to myself. It's been owing for a long time.
I don't like the way you're talking, George. What's behind all this?
20 years, Warden. The best part of my life. A minute ago, you asked me to look at myself. I don't have to look. I can feel it down inside. I'm an old man. An old man at 44.
Self-pity is a bad thing, George.
I'm not pitying myself. I'm thinking about what brought me here. You've got the record right there in front of you. I said I was innocent then, and it still holds. I'm innocent now.
That's a closed book. Why not let it stay closed?
Because there's an unfinished chapter still to be written.
Remember, you haven't served your full term. You'll be on probation for 5 years.
I'll remember. I've had a long time to think it over.
Incidentally, while we're at it, there's one more thing that's been puzzling me.
You'd better hurry. It's almost noon.
6 months ago, when it seemed pretty certain that your commutation was coming through, you made a strange request. You asked to be relieved of the job of running the prison library, a job you'd held as far back as I can remember. And you asked me to assign you as an apprentice to the prison barber. I granted that request, but I wondered about it at the time. Would you care to tell me why you suddenly decided to become a barber?
I thought it might be a good idea to learn a trade.
That's not true, George.
There's the noon whistle. That means I'm a free man, doesn't it?
Yes.
Goodbye, Warden. Take care of yourself.
You haven't answered my question, George.
You mean, why did I suddenly decide to become a barber?
Yes.
I told you. I wanted to learn a trade.
And I told you that's not the truth.
You're right, Warden. It isn't.
I hear George George Miller's out.
No kidding.
Yeah, got his sentence commuted.
Did they so?
If he does, he better start moving.
Charlie, this is Duke. I just got tipped off. George Miller's out. Wonder what Ace will do.
You want to hear something, honey? George Miller's out. Boy, would I like to see Ace when he gets a nose.
George Miller's out.
George Miller's out. George Miller's out. George Miller's out.
Well, what'd you learn?
It's true, Ace. They commuted his sentence. He got out yesterday.
What did I tell you? I spend $100,000 a year on smart lawyers, and where do I get my information? From a hophead. A barfly.
But Ace...
Oh, sure. I'm out of my mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. George Miller's dead. He died in prison 10 years ago.
Well, that's what they told us.
Who told you?
Our sources of information.
Your sources of information. Don't make me laugh.
Now, look at it.
And I'll get out before I lose my temper.
If you don't even...
Get out, I said! His sources of information. Vera, get me a drink.
Oh, Ace, honey, don't get yourself all upset.
Shut up.
Ace,
Shut up and
honey.
stay out of this. None of your business.
Is that a nice way to talk? Who is this George Miller?
I said it's none of your business. What's that?
Just a doorbell. I'll answer it.
Wait a minute.
Now what?
Don't open that door till you find out who it is.
A ball that...
You heard me. Find out who it is first.
Okay. Who is it? Who is it? No answer, Ace.
Damn. Miller, trying to trick me.
Ace, right as a sheet.
Take it easy. Keep your voice down. Now listen to me. In case anything happens, he threatened me. I had to protect myself. Do you understand?
Yeah, but... Ace, what are you doing with that gun?
Never mind. You just follow orders. All right. Open the door. Slowly.
Ace, honey.
Open it, I said.
Nobody here.
What's that on the floor?
No!
What is it?
A rat. A dead rat.
Hello?
Benny, this is Duke. You hear about Ace?
Yeah, somebody left a dead rat outside his door.
No, that was yesterday. I mean today.
What about today? You got another one?
Yeah. It came in a box. In the mail.
Holy smoke.
Ace is ducking out of town. He's scared stiff.
Where's he going?
Up to his hideout in the mountains. All right, take the car around to the back, Chuck.
Okay, boss. What about the bags, Ace?
Chuck will bring them. Come on.
How long have you had this place in the mountains, Ace?
Oh, a couple of years.
Sure is gloomy looking.
Hell, what did you expect? A summer resort? All I want is a place to hole up. Lay low, the boys get Miller. Well, there should be a bell around here.
Somebody in the house?
Don't you ever get tired of asking questions, Vera? I told you on the way up there's a caretaker. The bell doesn't work.
Well, if you ask me, this is all a lot of crazy...
Nobody's asking you.
Ace Dinelli running away from a stir bomb.
Pipe down. Somebody's coming.
Good evening, Mr. Dinelli.
Oh, good evening. Everything all set?
Yes, sir. The master bedroom is ready.
Yeah, we'll go right up. This is Miss Carroll.
How do you do?
Hello.
You're not the same man was here last year, are you?
No, sir. That was Edward, my cousin. He's been ill, and I've been substituting for him. My name is Walter.
Okay. Bring up a couple of brandies. We'll be upstairs.
Yes, sir.
I sure hate to be holed up in a place like this for the rest of my life.
I'll just say the word, and Chuck will drive you back into town.
I'm just kidding, Ace, honey.
Well, stop it. Right now, I'm not in a kidding mood.
Okay.
Now, there. What's wrong with this room?
Well, it's very nice.
Plenty of space, 4 closets, double exposure. What more do you want?
Nothing, darling. Just a kiss.
Now, wait a minute. Close the door.
Since when were you bashful?
Now, look, Vera. Get one thing straight. I came up here to play safe. There's a guy gunning for me. Until he's out of the way, I'm not taking any chances.
Sure, I understand, honey. What I don't get is why you're so afraid of this George Miller, whoever he is. What did you do to him?
Yeah. He thinks I sent him a footer behind bars.
Did you?
You know, one of these days, Barry, you're going to ask the wrong question.
I know. It's none of my business.
That's the ticket.
Did you tell me one thing, Ace?
What?
Those dead rats. The one we found outside the apartment door, and the one that came by parcel post in that little wooden coffin. What do they mean?
What do you think they mean?
I don't know. It's got something to do with George Miller.
Yeah, well, you guessed right. Miller's trying to get me jittery. He knows I've got a bad heart. Planting these things to tell me he thinks I'm a rat. A dead one if he has anything to do with it.
Hey, Tom.
Now, don't worry. I'm safe up here. The boys will get Miller. Yeah?
It's Walter, sir, with your brandy.
Okay, come in. Just put the tray down on the table.
Yes, sir. Will that be all, sir?
I guess so.
What about our luggage, Ace?
Oh, yes. Did my man bring the bags up?
Yes, sir. They're in the hallway, sir.
Well, bring them in, will you?
Yes, sir.
Soda or water, Ace?
Yeah, I'll take it straight.
Where shall I put the bags, sir?
Oh, just set them down any place.
Yes, sir. Will that be all, sir?
Yeah. And don't forget to lock up.
I won't, sir. Good night.
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 Oh, that yes and no's to routine is going to drive me nuts.
He talks like one of those fancy movie butlers.
Looks like a zombie.
Here's your drink, honey.
Yeah. How about you?
No, I better get the bags unpacked first. All the stuff would be wrinkled.
Well, here's how. I needed that drink. Now, maybe I can relax.
Sit down and take it easy, honey.
You know, it's not going to be so bad staying up here for a week or two.
Hey, how do you open this bag, Ace?
Which one?
Yours. Black leather.
Oh, there's a little gadget on the lock. Just press it and it snaps open. You got it?
Uh-huh.
And we'll get a good rest.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Look! The bag.
What?
Another dead rat.
Talk, Chuck. Talk, you double-dealing skunk, or I'll cut your skull.
Yes, believe me, I didn't do it. Honest, I didn't.
Talk, I said. Spell it.
I ain't got nothing to spell.
Now, listen, Chuck. I know your kind. I know them from way back. You'd sell your mother for cash on the line. George Miller got to you. He paid you to slip that dead rat into my suitcase. Get up. I don't trust you either. I don't trust anybody. You're all a bunch of blood-sucking double-crossers.
Boy.
You heard me. You'd like to see me dead, wouldn't you?
Get out of your mind.
Now, get out, both of you.
No.
Get out, I said. Get out of the house. Stay out. Yeah, who is it?
It's Walter, sir, with your brandy.
Oh, bring it in.
This is the last bottle, sir.
Yeah, well, put it down.
Yes, sir. Will that be all, sir?
Yeah, that's all. Who is it?
It's Walter, sir.
Come in.
I thought perhaps you'd like something to eat, sir. It's been 3 days since you've taken any solid food.
Yeah, 3 days.
I brought an omelet and some toast.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Waller.
Quite all right, sir.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
You've been pretty nice to me, Waller.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, pretty nice. And I'm the kind of a guy who don't forget. I don't forget if a guy's nice to me. And I don't forget if he stabs me in the back.
Neither do I, sir.
Come in.
I'm sorry to disturb you, sir.
Ah, it's all right. Come on in and close the door.
Yes, sir.
What do you got there, Waller?
Well, I thought now that you're feeling a little better, sir, that perhaps you'd like to be shaved. Been almost a week, you know.
Yeah, don't tell me you're a barber, too.
I have been a barber, sir.
Well, I could use a shave, I guess, all right.
If I may say so, sir, I think you'll find it very refreshing.
Okay, go ahead. Where do you want me?
The chair you're sitting in will be all right, sir. I'll get some warm water in the bathroom.
You know, Waller, I've been thinking. When I go back into town, I'm going to take you with me. Yeah, I could use a man like you.
That's very kind of you, sir.
I like people like you around me. People who don't ask questions or get in your hair. Take care of what you're supposed to, and that's the end of it.
I try to keep my place, sir.
You got the right idea. Now, what'll I do? Lean back?
In just a moment, sir. I'll have to fasten the strop to the back of the chair. I want the razor good and sharp.
You'll need it sharp for this beard.
Yes, sir.
You must have been wondering about me these last few days, Waller.
No, sir. Not particularly.
You mean you wouldn't like to know why I've been hiding out here in the mountains?
Sure, you must have a good reason, sir.
Yeah, you can say that again. Someone's gunning for me.
Gunning for you?
Uh-huh. Somebody trying to get me. Guy named Miller. George Miller.
The name sounds familiar.
He got a life sentence for murder about 20 years ago. Yeah, there's quite a story on it in the papers. He killed a girl.
Did he?
That's what the jury thought. They gave him first degree with a recommendation for mercy. That saved him from the chair.
What did you think?
What did I think about what?
Lean back, sir. I'm almost ready for you.
Hey, isn't that razor sharp enough yet?
Not quite. I haven't used it in some time. What did you think about George Miller's conviction, sir?
Yeah, what's the difference what I thought? The jury cooked his goose.
Did they?
Yep. Oh, come on. Well, if you're going to shave me, get to it.
I'm ready now. Lean back, sir. I'll soap you up.
Okay.
I assume this George Miller is out of prison now.
Yeah. Got a commutation. Hey, you sure you don't need a lawnmower to get this beard off?
I can do very well with a razor, sir.
You know, I'm going to feel like a new man when you get through.
Yes? A completely new man.
You're a funny guy, Waller. You talk like a college professor.
I've had a lot of time to read and study in the past 20 years. A lot of time.
Yeah?
That's enough soap. Now just relax, sir. Does the razor pull?
Nope. Feels all right.
That's fine. Nothing like a good, sharp razor.
Yeah.
Now don't move. It's rather difficult shaving you in this chair. If you move, I may cut your throat.
That's not funny.
It wasn't meant to be funny, Ace.
What did you say?
Sit back, Ace. One slip and you're finished. You're a dead rat.
George Miller.
That's right. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Ace?
George, you wouldn't kill me in cold blood, would you?
This isn't cold blood, Ace. This is hot blood, heated for 20 years. That's how long I've waited. Feel how sharp the razor is.
No, George.
Be careful. Doesn't take much to slit a throat from ear to ear. You know that.
George, I'll give you anything you want. Name your price.
You couldn't meet it. Only one thing can pay for those 20 years.
George, I've got a bad heart, you know.
Yes, so I've heard.
All I'm asking for is a break.
Did you give me a break when you framed me and set me up for life?
I figured you'd beat the rap. I never thought they'd convict you.
Then you admit framing me.
Yeah, but I never figured...
You admit that you killed the McGuire girl because she knew too much, because you wanted her out of the way.
Yeah, but
that's enough, Ace. It's more than enough. Now feel the razor on your throat. Cutting.
No, George. No.
Cutting deeper.
Down.
Deeper. You said you'd be a new man when this was over. But you're wrong, Ace. You're only a dead rat.
have come back.
Come in, Miss Carroll.
Oh, hello, Walter. Is Mr. Denelli... Oh, there he is. You're shaving. Ace, darling. I couldn't stand being away from you. I had to come back. I couldn't... Walter, what's the matter with him? Is he asleep or something?
I'm afraid not, Miss Carroll.
Why is he slumped in the chair? Why are his eyes staring that way? Why doesn't he move?
He can't move. He's dead.
Dead? Oh, no. Walter.
Yes, he's dead. And my name isn't Walter, Miss Carroll. My name is George Miller.
George Miller? George Miller?
Yes.
And you killed him?
No, Miss Carroll, I did not kill him. You don't see any blood, do you?
But he's dead. You said he was dead.
I'm afraid I played rather a gruesome joke on him. You see, I was shaving him with a very sharp razor. After I told him who I was, I held the back of the blade, the dull side, against his throat. As you know, he had a bad heart. Unfortunately, it couldn't stand the strain.
You murdered him. You got the chair for this.
You're wrong, Miss Carroll, quite wrong. Ace Janelli died of a heart attack. That's what a medical autopsy will show.
You caused it. You brought it on.
That would be very difficult to prove. I figured this out so carefully, Miss Carroll. I paid with 20 years of my life for a murder I did not commit. And now there's nothing the law can do to me for one that I did commit.
By Night has just brought you Boris Karloff in The Final Reckoning. Be with us again next Tuesday night at the same time over most of these stations when Mr. Karloff will present another weird mystery of the mind, The Hunt. By Night is directed by Dave Drummond. Original music is composed and conducted by Al Sack. The entire production is under the supervision of Robert Maxwell. We bring you Creep by Night. The Blue Network presents the international star of stage and screen, the mastery of mystery, Boris Karloff in Creep by Night. How do you do? This is Boris Karloff joining with you once again for another exploration into the unknown darkness of the human mind. Tonight, our story illustrates in terrifying terms the oft-repeated theme of this program. There is no mystery greater than the mystery of the mind. It is for you to decide whether these weird and ghastly happenings were a figment of man's imagination or a tragic reality beyond man's understanding. Creep by Night presents Boris Karloff as Loomis Horton in The Hunt. scene is the Horton Farm, 50 acres of rich grazing pasture almost on the edge of the Louisiana bayous. The legendary swampland that for centuries was the spawning ground of black magic and voodoo. The night is warm and dark, its heavy silence broken only by the hum of insects, the chirping of crickets, and the occasional deep-throated croak of a bullfrog off in the swamp. Suddenly, the shadowed outline of a human figure appears at the edge of a cypress grove behind the weather-beaten Horton house, and a soft, whistled signal rides the still night air. For a long moment, there is no response. Then, a door at the rear of the house opens quietly, and a girl crosses to the cypress grove, her eyes searching the darkness.
Jeff?
Right here, Julie.
Jeff, you shouldn't have come. He's in one of his black moods tonight. I gotta go right back in. He'll kill me if he finds me here.
He won't kill nobody. I'm getting fed up with him ruining your life, Julie. Got a mind to tell him a thing or two.
It won't do any good, Jeff.
What rights he got keeping you from getting some fun out of living? That's what I want to know.
He's my brother.
That don't give him no right to pen you up. You ain't one of his stinking sheep.
Jeff, please not so loud. He'll hear you.
I don't much care if he does.
Please, Jeff. I'll be the one to suffer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Julie. Only it makes me mad clean through when I think of him treating you the way he does. I want to marry you, Julie, and take you away from here. There's stories going around the village.
What do you mean, Jeff?
I don't like to say it, Julie, but the folks are talking about your brother Loomis.
Talking? I don't understand.
Well, Bud Peevely and Bill Mason come through here night before last hunting coon. Said they saw Loomis out in the east pasture digging a grave.
A grave?
Yeah. He's burying something. You know what it was, Julie? Got any idea?
No, I don't, Jeff.
But what?
Oh, I shouldn't be telling you this, Jeff.
It won't go no further, Julie.
Promise.
Hope to die.
Well, I heard Loomis talking with the hired man. I heard him say something comes out of the swamp at night.
Out of the swamp?
Yes. They don't know what it is. But come dark, Loomis hardly never goes without his shotgun.
Sound like voodoo to me, Julie. I gotta take you away from here. It ain't healthy.
Oh, you can't, Jeff. Not till I'm 18. Not for 2 months yet.
How am I going to sit around for 2 months thinking about you shut up in a house with that crazy man?
You got no right to say that, Jeff.
I got every right. Digging graves at night. Burying Lord knows what and talking about things coming out of the swamp. I ought to say something to him about all this.
You can say it right now.
Oh. Evening, Mr. Horton.
Get back into the house, Julie.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Horton.
Get into the house.
I'm going, Loomis. Bye, Jeff.
Julie, wait.
Let her go.
You got no right treating her like you do.
I got a right to do as I please. She's my sister and she's underage. Now get off my land and don't come back. If I catch you here again, I'll horsewhip you.
I don't scare easy, Mr. Horton.
No? Perhaps I got something in the house that may change your mind. I'll give you 5 minutes to get off my land.
I'll leave when I'm good and ready, and not before.
I'm going back indoors for a shotgun. And if you're still here when I come out again, you'll get a load of buckshot. Remember that.
Dirty low-down skunk. Just let me catch him once off his own land. Just once. I'll beat his ugly head off. What's that? Sounds like a wolf. Only there ain't no wolves out here. No. There ain't wolf crowd. Something else. Come closer. I'm sneaking through the cypress grove. I wonder what it is. Maybe I better...
I'm afraid there's not much I can tell you, Professor Taylor, except that it happened 5 weeks ago. State police moved in on the case right after the boy's body was found. Frankly, we didn't get very far. It's still an unsolved mystery.
I see. You know, of course, why I'm here, Sergeant.
Well, all I know is we had a letter from the state university saying you were coming down to do some research on the case.
Yes, exactly.
Now, as I understand it, Sergeant, the boy's throat was considerably lacerated.
Worse than that. There wasn't any throat left.
You're convinced it was an animal?
Well, what else could it be? No human could rip a throat open like that.
Were there any tracks?
No, the ground was pretty hard. And what stopped us cold was our bloodhound couldn't pick up a trace of scent. No animal scent anyhow.
How about human?
Well, only the Hortons and the hired man, Andrew. They don't count. Thing happened on Horton land, so naturally you'd expect it.
Yes, of course. Tell me, this Horton you mentioned.
Loomis Horton, his name is.
Does he keep a dog? A savage dog?
No, won't allow one on the place. We investigated the dog angle, but there isn't one like that in the whole parish.
Curious. Very curious. Where is the Horton farm located, Sergeant?
About 7 miles out of town. County road.
Did the boy live or work there?
No. According to Horton's story, Jeff Tuttle was calling on young Julie. She's Horton's sister. Jeff left about 9:30, and a few minutes later, Horton heard him screaming for help. Horton ran out the back of the house, found Jeff at the edge of a cypress grove. Stone dead.
Mm-hmm. I'd like a little talk with this Horton, Sergeant.
I don't know. He's a queer duck. Doesn't take much to strangers. And doesn't take much to anybody, as a matter of fact.
Really?
No, he puts in most of his time looking after his farm and his sheep. Keeps one hired man. Between the two of them, they manage pretty well. Then there's his young sister, the girl Jeff Tuttle was calling on. He doesn't let her out of his sight. Keeps pretty much cooped up in the house. Nice-looking girl, too.
Mm-hmm. Would it be possible to drive out to the Horton farm tonight, Sergeant?
Let's see, 10 minutes to 8. It'll be dark by the time we get there.
Well, you're not afraid of the dark, are you?
I'm not afraid of anything I can see. Let's go.
Is it much farther, Sergeant?
About a mile.
Professor,
Look at that.
look at what?
There, ahead, crossing the road. Is that a dog?
Good grief. Speed up, Sergeant. Hurry before it's gone. Look how its eyes gleam in our headlights. Like yellow fire.
That's a dog. It's the biggest one I ever saw.
I'm afraid it's no dog, Sergeant. Quick, swing to the left. Keep your lights on it. There. You notice anything?
Starting to run, heading for the cypress grove.
Yes, but notice the color, that peculiar gray.
Gone.
And the fangs, the pointed ears, the way it moved. Didn't it remind you of a wolf?
Let's go after it.
No. Wait, Sergeant. No use. Not in this darkness. We never find it in that thick grove.
Guess you're right. You really think it was a wolf?
I said it reminded me of one.
Well, we don't have wolves in this section, Professor.
Yes, I know. Sergeant, I think it's time I told you the kind of research I intend doing. Do you know what lycanthropy is?
No, can't say I do.
Well, it's a form of madness, a disease of the mind. Those who are afflicted with it imagine they've turned into wild animals. They develop a taste for blood and often commit violence when the spasm seizes them. Once the seizure is over, they return to normalcy with no knowledge of what occurred.
Sounds pretty horrible.
Yes, it is horrible. You understand there's no physical change except the deepening of the voice, as far as we know.
What do you mean, as far as you know?
Well, some authorities believe the disease may be so deeply rooted in certain human beings that when the spasm seizes them, their actual physical appearance is altered. They take on the form as well as the habits of wild beasts. They're called werewolves, men who turn into wolves.
Right.
Well, what's the matter, Sergeant? Why did you jump?
It just kind of hit me. Bloodhounds not finding any animal scent, and then that gray thing we just saw running across the road.
We mustn't leap to conclusions, Sergeant. No true werewolf has ever been found, although there are many alleged eyewitness accounts claiming that such creatures have been seen, particularly in the Balkan countries of Europe. Thus far, though, we have no positive scientific proof that werewolves really exist.
Hope they don't.
So do I, Sergeant. I devoutly hope so. But the case of this young man whose throat was torn out presents some aspects I'd like to investigate.
I'm beginning to see what you're thinking about.
I suggest we drive on to the Horton farm, Sergeant. Doesn't seem to be anyone home.
So light upstairs, out in the parlor. Seldom goes out at night.
How old a man would you say he is?
45, 6. Somebody's coming.
Yes? Who is it?
Sergeant Moran, State Police.
Just a moment.
Sounds a little out of breath. Don't be scared when you see him, Professor. He's not too pretty to look at. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Horton, but...
What do you want?
This is Professor Taylor of the State University.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Horton.
Yes? What is it?
May we come in?
I was just going to bed.
We'll be just a few minutes. After you, Professor.
Thank you.
Professor Taylor came down from the university to do a little investigating on the Jeff Tuttle case, Mr. Horton. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sick and tired of answering questions. I've told you all I know. What more do you want?
And you can explain it better than I can, Professor. Go ahead.
Yes, of course. Well, you see, Mr. Horton, my investigation is purely scientific. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the police.
No?
I'm merely trying to determine whether the brutal attack on the young man was made by a human or an animal. Or perhaps a combination of both.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you've heard of werewolves, haven't you, Mr. Horton?
No, and I'm not interested. I told you I've had enough of questions. Hasn't a man a right to a little privacy?
Well, there's no need to get sore about it, Horton.
I don't like being questioned. I don't like to have people barging in on me at all hours of the night. This is my house, and I'm going to live in it the way I see fit, which means without uninvited visitors.
Of course, Mr. Horton. It isn't my intention.
And another thing. I own the property from the county road to the bayou and north to Kurt Silty's pasture. If you took the time to notice, the land's posted. Now, this is a warning. The next person, man, woman, or child who sets foot on my land is going to get a load of buckshot. Is that clear?
You're in a bad humor tonight, Horton.
Never mind my bad humor. Get out. Both of you. Get out and stay out.
Mother, what's the matter? Why are you shouting?
Julie, what are you doing in the kitchen? Didn't I tell you to stay up in your room?
But, mister...
Don't how you dare come down that rear stairway when my back's turned.
I just wanted to find out if you'd asked Andrew about my land. How many were killed?
Get upstairs to your room or I'll...
Go and Loomis, don't be angry.
I presume that was your sister, Mr. Horton? Lovely girl.
Good night, gentlemen. Get off my property and don't come back unless you're invited.
I'm sorry, Professor. Looks like we're being asked to leave.
Oh, it's quite all right. Thank you anyway, Mr. Horton. Perhaps some other evening you'll grant me a few minutes of your time.
Now you know what sort of a job we had with him.
I must say he isn't very sociable.
Watch the steps. They're not too solid.
Oh, yeah. His sister doesn't resemble him in the least.
Oh, she's rather pretty. You hear how he screamed at her?
Yes. Poor child.
Might as well head back to town, I guess. Horton didn't rise to your bait when you mentioned werewolves, so looks like a hunt will be the next best thing.
A hunt, Sergeant?
Yes. Get a bunch of men together and beat the cypress groves for that animal we saw crossing the road. Might even risk going into the swamp. Wolf or whatever it is, I won't be satisfied till it's killed.
I'm afraid I feel the same way, Sergeant. But before you organize a hunt, I wonder if it's safe to do a little snooping around here first.
What do you mean?
Something the girl said disturbed me. Something about lambs being killed.
That's right. She did say she wanted to know if Horton's hired man had told him how many of her lambs were killed.
Yes, and that may be significant. Werewolves are supposedly fond of slaughtering sheep. Do you think we might talk with the hired man?
Chances are he's over in the barn. He's got a room there built out of a horse stall. You can take a look.
It might be a good idea.
It's over this way. Keep an eye out for Horton. He may come gunning for us. I don't trust him.
I wouldn't be too concerned. Men who rant and roar are rarely dangerous.
Wait a minute, Professor. Hold up.
What is it?
Somebody's hiding behind that bush on your left.
All right. Come up with your hands up or I'll shoot. Watch it, Sergeant.
Shine your flash on him, Professor.
Yes, certainly. There.
What? It's Andrew. The hired man.
I ain't doing nothing. Honest, I ain't.
Why were you hiding behind that bush?
I got scared. I heard voices in the gravel.
What were you doing out here?
Burying the sheep and the lambs.
What was that?
Since when do you bury sheep and lambs?
Well, these got to be. Mr. Holton said so. They run afoul of the critter.
What critter? Only the Lord knows. We got strange goings on around here. Mighty strange. Always said 'twas too close to the bayou. Tain't healthy. Them swamps is full of things.
Where are you burying the sheep, Andrew?
Right over there. Put 'em in the cook garden, Mr. Horton said. Good and deep.
Let's have a look at them, Sergeant.
All right.
See? There they are. 4 ewes and 2 of Miss Julie's baby lambs.
All with their throats torn out.
Yeah. It's the critter from the swamps. Same one got Jeff Tuttle.
When did this happen, Andrew?
The lambs got took night before last. We lost 3 ewes on Sunday and 1 last night.
Has it ever happened before?
Been going on most 2 years. Not regular, though. Months will go by and the critter don't show up. Took a shot at him once, it did.
When was this?
Last spring. Seen him behind the pump house. Like to scared me half to death. The way his eyes glowed like the swamp fire. Wasn't time to draw no bead. Missed him, I guess.
What did he look like, Andrew?
Couldn't tell. Too dark. All I seen was his eyes glowing yellow. Might have been a sheep-killing collie, though. One of them wild ones.
I very much doubt it.
You're thinking of what we saw on the road tonight, Professor? That animal, whatever it was.
Yes, if it was an animal.
Why do you say that?
Just look at these dead sheep. See where I'm flashing my light? Their back legs, An ordinary animal would have nipped the legs and torn at their rumps. There's not a mark on them, except at their throats.
Somebody's coming. Gravel's crunching.
Must be Horton. Duck behind the bush, Professor. We don't want him to catch us here. Don't say anything, Andrew. Keep low. Here comes.
Passed right on by the bush.
How long is it going to take you to get those carcasses buried? All night?
It ain't too easy in the dark. Do better with a lantern.
I told you, no light. Hand me the other spade. I'll help you. Start shoveling.
Kind of like a shame to be putting good meat underground.
How many times must I tell you it isn't good meat? It's poison.
Don't look poison.
I say it is. And I'm warning you. Shut your mouth about it.
You hear that, Sergeant?
Yes. I'm going to try to sneak back to the house and talk to the girl. You better come with me.
All right.
Keep down and follow the path, but stay off the gravel. I've got a hunch we're going to uncover something tonight.
Yes. Perhaps more than we realize.
No, I'm afraid. If I say anything, he'll kill me. You'd better go. Don't let him find you here.
Now, don't worry about us, Julie. We want to help you. Why does your brother keep you locked in the house?
He says it's for my own good. But that's not true. I know why he does it.
Why?
There's something going on. Something he doesn't want me to see. Something that isn't human.
What do you mean, Miss Horton?
I can't explain it, but I'm sure he murdered Jeff. I'm sure of it.
There now.
What makes you so sure, Julie?
That night. The night Jeff was killed.
Yes, go on.
He sent me into the house. He was out there alone with Jeff. It was dark. Pitch dark.
Go ahead, Julie.
I heard their voices. My brother was shouting at Jeff. He said he'd kill him if he didn't get off the property.
I think we'd better get her out of here, Sergeant.
No, I can't go. I can't.
Why not, Julie?
He'll follow me. He'll do to me what he did to Jeff.
Sergeant, someone's coming. I hear footsteps from the front porch.
All right, quick, get her out the back way. Take her to the car and wait for me there. You know where it's parked. The county road right at the entrance to the farm.
Yes. Well, come, my dear.
No, I'm afraid.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. Everything's going to be all right.
Julie. Julie, where are you?
She's gone, Horton.
What are you doing here?
I want to talk to you.
Where's my sister? What have you done with her?
I told you she's gone.
Where is she? Answer me. Where is she?
You don't have to worry. She's safe.
Safe? Safe?
Tell me where she is.
Horton, take it easy. She's with Professor Taylor. We're going to take her away from here.
You're going to take her away. You're going to take her away. Over my dead body.
Don't be a fool, Horton. Put that face down. Put it.
Julie! 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 Sergeant, wake up. You gotta wake up. Terrible things is happening. Sergeant. Please wake up. I hate it, I tell you. I hate the critter. It's come from the swamp again.
Oh, what happened?
Sergeant, it's me, Andrew. We gotta go after it.
After what?
The critter. I hear it howling for blood.
Where? Where'd you hear it?
Out near the county road.
Good Lord. Help me up. Hurry. Are you sure Horton came this way, Andrew?
Yep. I seen him running crazy like. Then I heard the howling, like a wolf howl it was. Only worse. Never heard nothing scared me so. Froze my blood.
How much further we have to go?
Gate's up ahead. Road's just beyond there.
Here, you take the flashlight. I'll handle the gun.
Keep looking sharp.
Don't worry.
There's the gate. It's open.
Swing your light.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold it.
Lord, the mercy.
What? It's Professor Taylor. Lying in the road and Horton standing over him. He's all covered with blood. Horton! Horton, get away from him! Get away or I'll let you have it.
No! You got him.
Professor, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Horton, he's dead.
You're bleeding, Professor. Better get your doctor.
No, wait. Across the road in the bushes near the cypress grove.
What?
Is it? It's the swamp critter. Shoot, Sergeant. Shoot into the brush. Don't let it get away.
I think I got it.
Good.
Come on, Andrew. We'll take a look.
Coming.
Flash your light.
There. In the bushes. Lord of mercy. What is it?
It's an animal. With a human face. Must be a werewolf.
Dead, ain't it? Shot through the head.
Yes. Come on back. You were right, Professor. Looks like a werewolf.
That's what it is. It attacked me. Horton fought it off.
What? You mean he had nothing to do with it?
No, but he knew all the time. He'd known for years.
What did he know?
The werewolf was his sister, Julie.
Turning.
The alarm said Pine Street, didn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. So why the siren? The only traffic out here is on horseback.
Yeah, you can say that again, Doc. It's from nothing to nowhere.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, right with you, Doc. Right with you. Said somebody was hurt?
That's what the switchboard said.
Gee, what a dump. Huh. Don't seem to be a bell.
Oh, there must be. There's a light in there. Try the door.
Yeah, it's open.
Well, let's go.
All right.
Hello in there. Hello. This is another false alarm. Anybody here? I'm a doctor.
Hey, look. In the corner. This I gotta see.
Lady, I'm a doctor from General Hospital. Now, what's the matter?
is screwy, all right, ain't she?
Frightened.
No, Doc, wait. Where are you going?
Can't get it open.
What do you want to go in there for?
Can't get this open.
Okay.
Whoever is hurt must be in there. Blasted door. Come on, we'll break it down.
But the woman.
Forget the woman. Come on, put your shoulder to it.
Oh, it's dark. Can't see a thing.
Go on back in the other room and get that kerosene lamp.
Here, Doc. The lamp.
Okay. Hold it high.
Yeah? What?
Oh, Mother in heaven.
On the floor. What is it?
It's a man.
Oh, no. It can't be.
Yes, I tell you, yes, it's a man. A man. And he's been turned inside out.
Inside out?
Yes, see for yourself. It's a man. But the skin is the inside. The raw flesh is the outside. A man turned inside out. Like you turn a glove inside.
It's alive. It's alive.
I see it, I see.
It's trying to get up.
Oh, no.
Trying to get up, I tell you. It's trying to move.
Sam, hold that light high.
Watch. Look at it rolling over.
Stop it,
trying to
Sam.
get up.
Stop that.
Trying to get up on its knees. Doc, make it stop. Kill it. Do something.
Sam,
Man
stop.
can't live inside
Sam,
out like
stop.
that. I tell you.
Stop. Hysterical old woman, that's what you are. Now you stand there and shut up. Look, there's another door.
Yeah. Open.
The answer might be in there.
Doc, don't. We
The
got
lantern, bring it.
Gee, Doc, why can't we just go?
Hold it high.
Doc, what?
Don't move. There's no floor in there.
I don't see nothing. Nothing but dark.
Well, look. The dark sort of spills over on the edges.
Huh?
Well, look, I tell you. It's a deeper dark than dark. Something moving in there.
Doc, close the door.
No, wait.
Then I'll close it.
Oh, you fool, open that door. I've got to see what... She's coming in here.
Come on, Doc. Let's get out of here.
No, Sam, I'm going to find out what this is all about. All my life, things have been what they've been. I'm going to know all about this.
Please, Doc, please, let's get out of here.
Woman, if you know anything, tell me. What was it we saw back of that door where the floor should have been? Do you know?
She's going to the door. She's going to open it.
Yes.
Oh, Doc, will you listen to me? Let's get out of here.
No, now wait. She's just standing there, looking in at the dark.
Yeah. Doc, what's that coming up out of the hole in the floor?
The dark.
It's like black smoke. Listen to it. It's reaching up to her.
Yes.
What is it? Smoke? Black? What?
Crawling up around her.
It's covering her.
No.
Inside out. It turned her inside out.
Sam, get up. Sam, open your eyes. The shadows are crawling along the floor toward us. Come on, Sam. Come on. Sam, you're too heavy. I can't lift you. Sam, you've got to hear me. The shadows are crawling toward me along the floor. I can't leave you. You saw what they did to her. Look at her. Inside out. A woman inside out. Oh, Sam. I'll drag you out of here. Oh, you're so heavy. They're coming faster and faster. Like long black fingers. My legs. Let go of me. Sam, I can't help you. They're holding me back. The black. It's covering you. Sam! No, you thing, whatever you are, get off me. Stop covering me. I've got to get out of here. I've got to tell them all about you. I've got to tell everyone there's something like you loose in the world. Got to warn everybody. Get off me. Covering me over. My head. My face. My face. My mouth.
The National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting Mr. Boris Karloff in the third of a special series of anniversary Lights Out broadcasts. Tonight, at the urgent request of hundreds of listeners, we bring you a repeat broadcast of the strange play which you have chosen as a highlight of all the Lights Out series, Cat Wife. Lights out, everybody.
Stop me from cuddling too. You can treat me mean, that's all right. Now get even with you.
Girls, cut it out.
From 1 o'clock till now. Oh, I love that song. I think it's mine.
Cut it out, will you? Your husband will be turned down here in a minute. Come on, Queenie, we better blow out of here.
Yeah, I guess we better go, Linda. No, don't go. Don't go. I don't want to be alone.
What do you mean alone? Your husband's in the next room, ain't he?
Oh, that guy. What does he know about having fun? Work, work, work. It makes me sick where I've never been sick before. Oh, come on. Stick around. Let's have some more fun. You can't stop me. Oh, Queenie, that's the most marvelous song I've ever heard.
Linda, for heaven's sake, Linda.
Well, speak of the devil. Hiya, Johnny boy. Come on in. The water's fine. Only it ain't water, huh? It ain't water.
Linda, for heaven's sake, I'm trying to work.
Oh, go away. Go away. You're spoiling my party. Throw him out of here, Kenny. He's only my husband.
Get out of here, you. Take another woman with you. Go on, come on, clear out. Come on,
I'm going. No, wait. Don't listen to him. It's my house. It's my house. You kick them out. My friends. You kick them out.
Linda, haven't you any consideration at all? I begged you, pleaded with you to try to keep these people out of the house while I'm getting some work done. And you persist in doing just the opposite.
You kick them out. My friends.
Yes, I kicked them out, and I'll do it again every time I find them here. They're no good. You've given me your word time and time again to give them up.
I'll call them back. I'll call them all back. You can't tell me what to do. Not me. They're my friends, mine. I'll give a dozen of you for one of them.
All right, Linda. If that's the way you feel, I guess you and I have finally come to the end of the road. You haven't got a grain of loyalty in you. All I ask is a little peace and quiet in my own home, and I can't even have that.
Go away. Go away.
Night after night, you and those people, yowling and screaming like a pack of alley cats. And you the worst of all. I'm through, Linda. I'm through with you for good.
Oh, no, you're not. Oh, no, you're not.
Keep away from me. Keep away. Oh, Linda.
See? You're not through with me at all. You'll never be through with me. Never.
Oh, Linda. Linda.
No, let me go. Let me go. I don't want you, you fool. You're not through with me. I'm through with you.
No, Linda.
I'm tired of you. Do you hear me? I'm tired of you. I'm gonna get so far away from that smug face of yours that I couldn't see it with a telescope.
Linda, my wife.
Your wife. Why do you think I married you?
I thought you loved me.
I married you because I was sick of working in a two-bit barber shop, because I was sick of living in a hall bedroom wearing bargain sale dresses. I wanted dough, plenty of it, all I could get. And you were the best chance to get it that came my way.
No, Linda, you did love me. You must have loved
I
me.
loved you about as much as that canary out there loves its cage. I told myself I'd stay with you a year, divorce you, stick you for plenty of alimony, and then get out.
But we've been married 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. Because you fooled me, that's why.
I fooled you?
Yeah. Huh. You started to make a lot of money. More money than I ever thought you could make. So you're giving me the air, huh?
No, Linda, I love you. I'll always love you. I didn't mean what I said.
Well, I did.
No, Linda, don't leave me. You're no good. I know you're no good, but heaven help me, I love you. I'll never love anybody else.
Get out of my way.
No, I won't let you go. You've got to stay.
Take your hands off me.
You're no good. You've cost me my self-respect. But you'll stay with me, or I'll cut you off without a cent. You won't get a dime from me, not a dime. Stop that. Stop laughing.
Oh, you sap. You fat-headed sap.
Stop that.
So you're going to cut me off without a cent, are you? Oh, you fool. I've got everything that belongs to you now. You hear me? Everything.
What are you talking about? What are you saying?
This house. It's in my name, isn't it? The car. It's in my name, isn't it?
I know, but... Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Well, listen to this, my darling husband. I cleaned out the bank account yesterday.
No.
Every cent of it. I won't be in the street. You will. Now, this is my house. Get your things and get out of here.
I'll kill you.
No, stop
I'll
it.
kill you.
Don't you come near me. Let me go. Let me go. Ow!
Ah!
You touch me again, and I'll tear your eyes out.
You cat.
Get out of my way.
That's what you are, a cat. A big, white, heartless cat. You think like one, you screech like one, you claw like one. You even look like one. A cat, that's what you are, a great white cat. I didn't marry a woman. I married a cat.
Keep it up. Keep it up. You're doing swell.
Laugh at me. Go on, laugh at me. But you're a cat. A sneaking, yowling cat.
Now, that's enough of that. You stop saying it.
A cat. A cat. You hear me? A cat.
Stop staring at me like that. Stop staring at me. John, what's happening to me? John, my head, I can hardly see. John, help me. John.
Linda.
What are you staring at? What are you staring at? What are you... Meow!
Linda. Linda. Oh!
Now, John, you've got to control yourself. Everything will be all right.
Oh, Doctor, what have I done? What have I done?
John, please, pull yourself together. You're not entirely to blame for what's happened.
What did I do? I did it. I'm to blame.
Stop talking like that. It's preposterous to say you're to blame. She was hysterical, John. And the suggestion that she was a cat caught her in an unguarded moment and resulted in a temporary neurosis.
Oh, Doctor, she's got to get well. She's got to.
Of course, she'll be all right. A little rest, quiet, and in a few days it'll all be forgotten.
Is she sleeping?
Yes. I gave her a sedative. She's resting very comfortably.
Can I go in and see her?
But I tell you, she's sleeping, John.
I know, but Oh, I've got to see her. I've got to look at her. I've got to make sure she's all right. Don't you see? I've got to make sure.
Now, John, please. You've had a hard time of it. You'd better get to bed and get some rest.
Oh, no, Doctor, listen to me. I've got to see her again. I've got to make sure that she's all right. I can't rest until I know.
I tell you. Oh, very well. Just for a moment.
Yes.
Be very quiet.
Yes.
There. You see? She's resting very nicely.
Doctor, look.
What?
Her hands. Look at her hands.
They're claws.
Her teeth. Her teeth. Linda!
No, John. You'll waken her.
Linda! Listen to her.
Steady, John.
I can't stand it. I tell you, I can't stand it. She's Linda. She's my wife, my beautiful wife. Linda! Linda!
Sorry, John.
It's all right. I guess I'm going a little crazy myself. What's happening to her? What is it?
I don't know, John. I don't know.
Oh, listen to her. You've got to do something, Doctor. You've got to. You're my friend. You've got to help me.
What? In the name of all that's rational, what?
Well, think. There must be something you can do. A drug, something, anything.
Oh, John, I don't know what to say. I can't think. I'll call in someone else. That's it. I'll inform the authorities. They'll take care of everything.
No, wait.
What's the matter? What is it?
You're going to inform the authorities?
Yes, of course, John. Don't you see it's the simplest way out?
Way out?
Of course. For you and for me.
What do you mean?
John, this horrible thing that's happened to Linda, it goes beyond just you and me. It goes beyond the normal into the supernatural. Everyone should know about it. The world should know about it. Science.
You mean you're going to let everybody know what's happened to Linda?
Of course I am.
But you can't do that. She's my wife. Do you hear me? My wife.
No. Now, don't get excited again, John. Listen sensibly. We owe it to science.
Science? Who cares about science? She's Linda. She's my wife, and I cursed her to God and turned her into a yowling beast. It's my shame, mine. And you're not going to tell a living soul about it. No one, you hear me? No one.
It's my duty, John. I must inform the authorities.
No. Keep off from that phone. Keep away, I say.
I'm sorry, John.
Oh. John, my friend. No. Try to sleep, darling. Try to sleep. Yes, I know, darling. But it's almost morning. You must rest. Sleep, Linda. Sleep, my beloved. All right, darling. I've got to be strong. I've got to help you. And I did help you. He was going to tell them about you. Everyone. They'd have taken you away from me, locked you up, pointed at you, laughed at you. But I stopped him, Linda. I stopped him for you. He called me friend. But you're my wife, my beloved, and I love you. I've pleased you, haven't I, my darling? I never could please you before, could I? And now I've pleased you. I killed him, Linda. I killed my friend to save you.
And if anybody comes, I'll say he never came here. And no one will know, darling. No one but you and I. What is it, darling? What's the matter? Why are you getting up? What is it? Why go to the window? What do you want? Oh, if I could only understand you. If I could only know what you're trying to say to me. Oh, oh, no. Oh, Linda! Linda, stop! I beg you to stop! Linda, beloved, stop! 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 Yes, I'm coming.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, it's you.
I found this note saying you wanted to talk to me. Gee, I hope you're not going to quit taking milk from me, Mr. Taylor. I know I've been kind of late with deliveries the last couple of days, but you see, it's my horse.
No, I'm not going to stop taking milk. That's what I want to see you about. I want milk, more milk, cream, everything.
Oh, sure. How much do you want?
Oh, 4 bottles of milk. No, 6.
6?
Yes, and cream. 6 bottles of cream.
Is something wrong, Mr. Taylor?
Wrong? Why do you think something's wrong?
Well, I only meant...
You meant what? Speak up. You meant what?
Oh, now don't get sore, Mr. Taylor. I just meant, well, you don't look so good, and, well, you know how it is. Sometimes a fella has a couple too many, and he starts ordering all the milk in the world.
You fool. I'm not drunk. Do you want to sell me that milk, or do I have to get another milkman?
No, I'll get it for you.
Hurry.
6 quarts, 6 cream. Only him and his old lady. The guy's nuts.
Drink the milk, my beloved. Please. But you haven't eaten anything. You're hungry. You must be hungry. Oh, my darling, what do you want? I'll get you anything. Just eat. No. No, I can't let you out of the room. I can't. Someone might come to the door. They'd see through the windows. Oh, be patient, Linda, darling. I'll think of something. Oh, drink the milk for your own good, Linda. Please. No, dearest. Don't do that. All right, dear. All right. I'll let you into the dining room. But you've got to stay away from the windows. If someone should see you. Here, let me carry you. All right, darling, all right. I won't. Go yourself. You see, my darling, your pretty living room. Everything in it just the way you fixed it. Everything. Oh, Linda, this horrible thing that's happened to us. I tell myself it isn't real. I'll wake up soon and everything will be the way it used to be. You and I. Linda, where are you? Oh, Linda, don't. No, Linda. Don't touch that bird. Linda, how could you do it? How could you do it?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Taylor. Early again this morning, ain't you?
Morning.
Ever since you sent your wife to the country, my first customer every morning for the last 3 days you've been. Like I was saying to my wife this morning, I said...
Yes, Mr. Heinrich, some other time. I'm in a hurry. My order, please.
Yeah, but you ain't give me no order yet. how about a nice steak, what you can broil?
No, nothing like that.
But to broil a steak, I tell you, that's nothing. When my wife, she goes to the country, that's what I always make for myself. You lay the steak in the pan, and then you light the gas.
I'm in a hurry, I tell you.
Yeah, all right. You don't have to get so high blood pressure, Mr. Taylor. If you will tell me what you want, by golly, I'll give it to you.
Well, I don't know exactly. A couple of pounds of liver. Yes, that's it. Fresh liver.
What? Again?
You hurt me.
Sure, I hurt you, but by golly, for 3 days, ever since your wife, she went away, you eat nothing but liver.
Are you going to fill my order?
Yeah, sure. I will fill your order. There. Did you ever see such nice, fresh liver, huh? Oh, 2 pounds? Jawohl. There we are. By golly, it could be you was raising cats or something.
Why do you say that?
Well, every day you buy liver. This morning I catched a couple of mouses in a trap. Maybe you like to take them along for the cat too, huh?
Don't say that! Don't say that!
Mr. Taylor, the liver you forgot. By golly, that man is verrückt. Now, what did I say that was wrong? Cats like to eat mouses.
Oh, my Linda, my dearest Linda, close to me. Oh, my darling, it's better this way. You can't leave me now. I'll have you with me always. I'll keep you here, just you and I. I won't answer it. They'll go away. All right. I'll answer it. No, stay here, my beloved. They mustn't see you. Be very quiet. Be very quiet. Yes, I'm coming. Well, what is it?
Are you the owner of this building?
Yes, what do you want?
Kerrigan is the name. I'm your neighbor. I've got that place across the alley from you.
Neighbor?
Yeah, Kerrigan is my name. I'm with the department.
Department?
Yes. I'm desk sergeant at the 3rd District Station.
Policeman?
Yes. I'm off duty today, so I thought I'd drop over and speak to you. Do you mind if I step in for a moment?
Step in? Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. Well, you got a nice place here.
Yes, nice. Very nice.
You know, the same contractors made this place as made mine. You didn't know that, I'll bet.
No, I didn't.
Yes. Irishman by the name of Gilhooly. He put up all these bungalows along here on nothing but Blarney and the shoestring. Jumped out a 10-story window, they tell me, the day after the stock market crash. Lucky for him. If he was alive now, some of the people around here that bought places from him would murder him. What with the trouble they're having.
Trouble?
Say, now, speaking of trouble, reminds me why I come over. If you don't mind, I'll tell you.
Yes?
No, it ain't me that's complaining, Mr. Taylor. I'm the kind of man that can sleep in a boiler factory. But it's me Katie. There's a light sleeper for you. I always say that if a star in heaven twinkles too much, the noise wakes up me Katie.
What is the trouble?
Well, you know how the women are. Always finding something to make a fuss about. Hey, I'm not disturbing her, am I?
Her?
Yeah, you know, your missus. She's not sleeping in the bedroom there, is she?
No, of course not. There's no one in there.
I thought maybe seeing the door is closed.
No, I tell you, there's no one in there. My wife, she's out of town.
Oh, well, that's fine. I always like to talk things over man to man without the women around. The women are all right, I says, but they don't know how to straighten out little troubles with neighbors without calling names and pulling hair.
Oh, what is it? What's wrong? What do you want to tell me?
Well, to put it plain, it's the cat.
cat?
Yeah, the cat. You just got it, didn't you?
You heard a cat?
Yeah. It started a few nights ago. Now, it ain't disturbed me none, like I said, but Miss Katie, well, you see our bedroom window faces right on the alley. And by golly, she hears every meow that animal makes.
You're wrong.
Eh?
I have no cat.
But Miss Katie heard. I heard it too, for that matter.
I have no cat.
But I'm telling you, it come right from this house.
I tell you I have no cat. Isn't that sufficient?
Well, now, seeing as you put it so plain, I'll be speaking up plain myself. I'm telling you, I heard a cat yowling last night, and the night before, and the night before that. And as sure as my name's Thomas Kerrigan, it come right from this house. Now, what do you say to that?
Get out.
Now, wait a second, my bucko. Wait a second. Don't get on your high horse.
Get out.
Well, now, see here. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just thinking maybe the animal's caught in your cellar without you knowing it. Now, if you let me go down...
I tell you there's no cat here. Get out. Get out of here.
Oh, it's like that, is it?
You heard me. Get out of my house.
Well, you sure are making a lot of noise about nothing, young fella. But it's your house. And if that's the kind of neighbor you want to be, I guess... What?
What are you standing there for? Get out. Get out.
Now, just a minute. Take it easy. No cat, eh? Well, what was that I just heard?
Nothing at all. You've got no right.
Mister, you may not be a liar, but you sure are something close to it. If that ain't a cat in that bedroom there, then I ain't never heard one.
Get out! Get out of here!
Oh, no, I won't. Listen to that cat. If that ain't creating a public nuisance, I'd like to know what it is.
It's none of your business. This is my house. Get out of here.
Now, stop pulling at me, bucko. I may be off duty, but I'm still an officer of the law. And I'm telling you, that cat you got in there is violating the city ordinance. Now, if you don't make it shut up disturbing Mick Katie, I will.
No. Stay away from that door. Stay away from that door.
Hey, listen to it. That ain't no cat you got in there.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I lied. It is a cat. Just a cat. But I'll make it be quiet, but go away. Go away.
Wait a minute. Take it easy. If it's just a cat, what are you getting so excited?
No, I'm not.
Look at you. Your eyes are blazing. What's going on here? I think I'll have a look.
No, stay away.
Oh, no. Get away. Take it away.
I told you to go.
Big one. If I only had big one.
You'll never use it. Never.
Keep away from it. Help. Help. Help.
I asked you to go, didn't I? I asked you to. Didn't I, Linda? You heard me. You heard me asking. Linda, what's the matter? What are you going to do? Linda, keep away from him. What are you going to do? No, Linda! Get away from him! Linda! Stop! Stop! Oh, my eyes! My eyes! My eyes! My eyes. Oh, I can't see. God, if I could only find it. Blood in my eyes. I'm blind. Oh, God, have pity on me. Help me to find it. It must be here. I dropped it somewhere. You're back now, pressing against me. Oh, God, let me find that gun. I dropped it here somewhere. Let me find it. Got it. Yes, press close to me. I can't see you. Press close to me. I mustn't miss. There. Scratch, claw, what does it matter? You cursed animal. You've taken everything from me. My eyes, my life. Now I'll take... Linda! I heard, my beloved, I heard you. I'm coming with you. Wait for me, Linda, my beloved. Wait.
Lights Out with Boris Karloff and written especially for radio by Arch Obler comes to you each Wednesday from our Chicago studios. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Price of Fear, brought to you by Vincent Price.
Hello there. You might be aware that as an actor, I've become associated almost entirely with what are known as horror movies. Personally, I don't think that description is quite adequate. I prefer to think of them purely and simply as fantasies, because they are, you know. They just couldn't happen, however vivid your imagination might be. In fact, there are far more macabre or even horrific events happening all around us every day of our lives, but we're just not aware of them. On my travels making movies in all parts of the world, men and women from various walks of life somehow always seem to manage to seek me out and to tell me their own strange experiences, and sometimes even I've been present when some of these frightening events have actually occurred. And now here I am with an opportunity to tell you a few of these stories, sometimes horrific, sometimes with a macabre sense of humor, but always, I promise you, containing the element of fear. And I've titled them, if you'll pardon the liberty, The Price of Fear. Now, my first story, which I've called Remains to be Seen, I only heard about much later, but the details were recounted in such vivid terms by one of the principal characters involved, and I'll leave you to guess which one it was, that I almost felt that I was there. It concerns two men, neighbors, with like interests and a similar problem. Their interests were innocent enough, gardening and chess. But the problem they shared, well, was, shall we say, not quite as simple and not as easily solved.
Albert! Albert, where are you?
Emily Warren would hardly have omitted informing her husband, Albert, that they had recently acquired new neighbors. But at the same time, knowing Emily, she'd also probably contributed her own foregone opinion of them, either scathing, contemptuous, or both. In any event, it wasn't until some weeks after the newcomer's arrival that Albert actually became aware of them. It was a fine day in early spring, and Albert was digging in his beloved garden when the voice came to him across the low wicker fence that divided his domain from his neighbor's.
Good morning. You can have a nice show there.
Oh, good morning.
My name's Fred Treber. We're your new neighbors. At least not new, it's just that, well, this is the first time we got round to introducing ourselves properly.
A shortish, rotund figure, Fred Treber, offered his flabby pink hand.
My wife, Alice, that is, did try to pay a social call on one occasion. She got no answer.
Sorry about that, but we must have been out.
But even as he said it, Albert knew the excuse must have sounded feeble. Emily had probably simply assessed her caller from behind the cover of the curtains and decided that social intercourse with their new neighbors was not to be encouraged. Anyway, Albert rubbed his hands on his dungarees and took Fred's hand in his own. Fred nodded towards the flower bed Albert had been tending.
They're amber Goliaths, aren't they?
Why, yes, they are.
The number of people among Albert's acquaintances who knew anything about dahlias at all could be counted on one hand. But a man who could actually recognize a specific strain before it had even come into bloom was obviously a force to be reckoned with. Fred took in Albert's immaculately tended flower beds, the precision cut of the lawn, and then looked towards his own wilderness.
Lot of work to be done here, of course. The last crowd. Still, gardening isn't everybody's cup of tea, is it?
No. They didn't seem to take much interest.
Do you play chess?
What?
Oh, you needn't even bother to answer that one. Show me a well-ordered garden, and 9 times out of 10, I'll show you a man who plays chess.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But I do, as a matter of fact. If you like.
Yes?
Only that if you'd care to have a game sometime.
I'd like that very much. Alice doesn't take any interest, and being strangers to the neighborhood.
Tell you what, then. If you're not doing anything this Thursday, you might care to come along to our local chess forum.
Oh, it sounds very grand, way out of my league.
Nothing of the kind. Just a dozen or so of us. We meet up each week. The odd game, perhaps a drink or two afterwards. We usually kick off about 7.
Fred? Fred?
Albert was aware of the crash of a window and Alice's frizzled red head emerging. Even at this distance, henna was obviously the order of the day.
How many more times do I have to call you?
No peace for the wicked, eh?
Your lunch has been on the table for at least 5 minutes. So don't blame me if it's cold again. Well, what are you doing down there anyway?
Just a chat, Alice, my love.
Should have thought you've got something better to do.
Wives. You know what they are.
Wives? Oh, yes, I know what they are, all right.
Till Thursday, then. About 6.
Albert? For heaven's sake, Albert.
6 will be fine.
6, let it be, then.
And 6 on the dot it was. Except that Albert wasn't quite ready for him. That is to say, he thought he was ready until Emily decided to point out...
The collar of that shirt's beginning to fray. And Albert, those shoes, they could do with a rub over. And who's ever heard of anyone wearing a polka dot tie with a striped shirt, anyway?
Oh, dear. Shan't keep you long, Fred.
No hurry. I'm sure Emily will do a good job of entertaining me. Won't you, Emily? Don't mind me calling you Emily, do you?
Not more than a couple of minutes.
Don't forget to wash behind your ears, old fellow.
A cup of coffee, Mr. Trieber?
Never touch the stuff. Caffeine, you know. Murder on the stomach. Not to mention the nerves. Da-da-dum, dee-dee.
Oh, you're admiring my painting?
Painting?
It's a very good copy, don't you think?
Not at all bad as repros go.
Repro?
Oh, yes, there is a difference.
Oh?
A copy is made by an artist, a repro by a machine. The one is alive by the very nature of it having been copied, the other dead by the very nature of it having been...
Reproed?
You've got it. Bit busy, though, isn't it?
Oh?
Bruegel always was, of course. Busy minds make busy scenes, don't you agree?
Bruegel?
Bruegel, Jan. 1569 to 1642.
You know a lot about art.
Nothing at all. Only the facts. Alice, my wife, that is, invested in this encyclopedia thing, you see. Never opened it herself, but the bindings are impressive, I'll grant you. Every home should have one. You know the kind of thing.
Oh, yes, we have a simply splendid...
Oh, yes. First thing I noticed as I came in. It's all facts, isn't it? Only facts. Nothing about what the man thought or felt or suffered. Only what he did.
All set, then?
Who is for chess, then?
Fred Trieber's chess wasn't exactly up to Grandmaster standards. In fact, he freely admitted...
Self-taught. Never read a book on the subject in my life. As for all this classic opening gambit stuff you go on about, Albert, well, I'll never get that into my head, and that's for sure.
But for all his good-humored modesty, he had a natural, almost reckless flair for the game, so that as loser pays, Albert usually found himself buying the drinks. The conversation on these occasions was inevitably of the small talk variety. It wasn't until a month after their first evening together that Fred suddenly took it into his head to change all that, and the audacity of it left Albert gasping.
She really did give you a roasting last night, didn't she? I mean, even more than usual, I mean. Really excelled herself.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you do. Your sweet Emily is what I'm talking about. What was it all about, anyway? Just things in general? Or did you actually commit the cardinal sin of forgetting to put the cat out?
I really don't know what...
But you do, our Albert. You seem to forget that apart from putting our comfortable suburban villas within spitting distance of each other, the architect must have had something going for paper-thin walls. Pour milk on your cereal, or turn to the sports page, and it's like you were doing it at our breakfast table instead of your own.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, don't be. Every time your sweet Emily gives you a boarding out, I'm grateful.
I wish you'd stop calling her that.
Well, not so sweet Emily, then.
Why should you be grateful?
Why? Because my not-so-sweet Alice is so busy bending her ear trying to tune into your latest misdemeanor, it gives me a temporary respite from her own scolding tongue. How did you come to marry her in the first place, anyway?
Who? Emily?
Don't tell me you've got another shrew tucked away somewhere. You don't have to tell me.
It just happened. We both worked for the same firm, Marshall Paper Products. I was senior accountant, and Emily...
A plodding typist?
How did you know?
It's the classic situation, isn't it? Switch firms and you've got Alice and me to a T.
Plain, quiet, subdued. Not bright, mind. Her conversation seldom went beyond the weather.
I bet she only ever read the newspapers on alternate days.
You're probably right. But then, well, I was getting on a bit. Always did feel there was something to be said for a marriage being an arrangement, not a romance.
And so you marry them. And are surprised to find your plain, quiet, subdued woman can turn into a shrew overnight. Have another drink.
I don't think we ought to. The wives will be expecting us.
Which is exactly why we're going to. This time it's on me. 2 of the same, please.
While they waited for their drinks, no word was spoken. And yet, out of their silence, there seemed to grow a new understanding. An understanding at once sympathetic and, to a degree, conspiratorial. They were like 2 men who had come to terms with the fact that they faced a common enemy. It was a recognition that Albert would have preferred not to acknowledge, so that when the drinks eventually arrived, he did his best to refute it.
Thanks.
About what you were saying, Fred.
About what we were saying, Albert.
We, then.
Well, what?
Well, things could have turned out a damn sight worse for the pair of us, you know.
With the left on the shelf bit, you mean? We should be so lucky.
All right. So we both thought we were marrying one kind of person and ended up
marrying another and wishing to God we hadn't.
Well, we're not exactly Gregory Peck, are we?
No.
I mean, it's a damn sight better than being left out in the cold altogether. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, all things considered, wouldn't you?
Fred did not reply. His eyes remained averted. But Albert was disconcertingly aware of the very faintest of smiles at the corner of his lips.
Damn it all, man, wouldn't you? I mean, any port in a storm, as the saying goes.
Oh, all very well for mariners caught up in a storm and making a last-ditch stand, I grant you. But we don't happen to be in their exact predicament, do we, Albert? Not absolutely last-ditch, Albert. For us, there are other possibilities, other alternatives.
And Fred looked up. This time their eyes held, and Albert felt a sinking feeling at the pit of his stomach. Checkmate, game, and match, he thought. And yet the real game was only about to begin. It happened in the early hours of the morning, but Alice Trieber, a natural insomniac anyway, and always on permanent guard duty as far as the Warrens were concerned, was out of bed and staring into the moonlit garden almost before the last tinkle of glass had died away.
Fred, will you wake up when I'm talking to you?
As if there were any choice.
That crash. It came from the Warrens, all right. One of their fancy French windows with the sound of it.
Burglary, you mean?
Use your head. Burglar would be breaking in, wouldn't he?
Just customary, I believe.
Well, whoever this is, it's Albert. It's him, I tell you. Fred Trieber, will you get out of that bed?
All right. But for heaven's sake, it must be 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well?
It looks like Albert, all right.
Well, of course it's Albert.
So?
So why would he be breaking out of his own house? Hey, Fred, I do... Yes, he is. He's struggling with something. Hey, that's why he broke that pane of glass, you see. Struggling to get something through. Can you make it out?
Some kind of box, by the look of it.
Chest. A chest, more like. A large tin chest. Now, whatever would he be... Well, he's dragging it across the terrace now. Oh, do get behind that curtain when I tell you. Do you want him to think we're spying on him?
Well, we are, aren't we?
Well, now, he's dragging it down the terrace steps. Whatever is it?
One hell of a weight, by the look of it.
Well, he's left it there. Right in the middle of the lawn. Hey, he's going into the tool shed. Hey, do you see that? See the way he looked round before he opened the door? Very suspicious. Hey, he's coming out. He's carrying something.
Back to that chest thing by the looks of it.
I do believe it. Yes, it's a shovel. A large, heavy garden shovel. He's digging, Fred. He's digging.
But for Fred and Alice Trieber, the show was over. As silently and dramatically as a curtain falling on a mystery play, a cloud passed across the moon, and the drama being enacted below them in the Warrens' garden was lost to view. They both stood there for a long time, scarcely breathing, but when the cloud had passed and the garden was once again bathed in the moon's ghostly light, there was nothing to be seen. Whatever had happened, was apparently over and done with. But not for Alice Trieber. Let sleeping dogs lie had never been her favorite motto, so that after 3 days without sight or sound of Emily Warren, Alice decided to take matters into her own hands.
I don't care what you think or what you don't think, Fred Trieber. 3 whole days, and not a sign of her. As respectable, God-fearing citizens, we've no choice, have we?
But, Alice...
No choice at all.
Come on, Johnson, put your back into it. That's better. Over there, Dawes.
But, Mr. Warren, sir, the lady was only doing her duty.
Duty, my backside.
As she thought fit.
Alice Trieber's nothing but a nosy, meddling old busybody.
As any law-abiding, conscientious citizen would.
And as a result of which, you move in here with your Gestapo and start tearing the place apart. Look at my garden. Took years to lay that lawn. My God, they're starting on my dahlia beds now.
Your own doing, I'm afraid, sir. If you'd chosen to cooperate in the first place.
Cooperate? I like that. By confessing to an act I didn't even commit, you mean? Let's get it straight, shall we, Inspector? It's not that I'm not all for making your unpleasant duty a little less unpleasant for you. For both of us. But one's got to draw the line somewhere.
Your wife is missing, sir. On your own admission, not a sight or sound of her for 3 days. Not since the night the Triebers saw...
Thought they saw.
What they saw.
Then, for God's sake, Lister is missing. And get these vandals out of my house and off my property.
Oh, you do concede the fact, then?
That she's missing? Well, if by missing you mean that she's gone away, that I am at present uncertain of her whereabouts, I concede the fact.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Constable?
We finished upstairs, sir.
I'll make a start down here, then.
Why not take a peek in the cocktail cabinet?
The cellar, Constable.
It's locked, sir.
The key, sir. Mr. Warren, the key.
On a nail, the right-hand side of the door.
Right, when you've got things going down there, Constable, see if they've come up with anything in the garden.
Right, sir. All right, you lot. Get on with it.
Not a sledgehammer, for God's sake.
No, sir. Having conceded the fact that your wife is missing,
that she's gone away,
how do you account for her absence?
I don't. I can't. She simply packed a suitcase during the night and left me.
You know, of course, she was very heavily insured.
Fairly heavily insured. We both were, but I'm still standing here, aren't I?
And that you are the sole beneficiary.
It's a fairly common arrangement between husband and wife, I believe.
Fairly common. And this blood stain on the carpet, sir, near the window.
I've already explained. It's my own. I gashed my hand when I was replacing the broken pane.
We can check that, you know.
I've no doubt when you finish tearing the house apart and found nothing, you'll eventually get round to it.
It's not a very expert job, sir, is it?
It needed fixing in a hurry.
Oh?
I happen to be allergic to draughts.
Draughts, sir? What, in high summer?
And very susceptible at that.
Sir?
Yes, well, Constable?
Reporting from the garden, sir, they found the trunk. Right in the centre of the lawn, more or less just where the Trebers first indicated. I took the liberty of examining its contents, sir.
And? Well, man?
A dead cat, sir.
What? A dead cat. So, I'm guilty of burying a dead cat. What's the penalty, Inspector? The hangman's noose? A life sentence with no options?
You were very evasive, Mr. Warren. At first you denied that you'd buried anything.
Because I didn't think it was any of your damn business.
The animal's head had been smashed in, sir.
Mr. Warren?
I'm not in the habit of examining dead cats. All right. If you must know, I happen to be allergic to cats as well.
The cat was your wife's?
Is that significant?
It might be. It's my theory, sir, that after you killed your wife, you then killed the cat.
Fascinating. And why should I do that?
Perhaps because it would always remind you of your wife.
Or perhaps because the creature had witnessed the disposing of the body and might lead us to...
Constable,
sir?
You'll be up for promotion if you're not careful, Constable.
Anything else to report?
Not a thing, sir. Covered everything, the house, top to bottom, garden, end to end.
I see. In that case, we'd better call it a day. Well, we'll naturally be along to make good any damage, Mr. Warren.
Thoughtful of you.
But that still doesn't mean I'm convinced.
That you'll be hearing from my solicitor? You should be.
Sorry, Inspector. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, yes, Mr. Trever. Well, what is it now?
Just, a sudden thought. Mr. Warren also has a little place at Lakeside Park.
Oh, Fred.
Pretty spot surrounded by scrub and woodland. And just recently, Mr. Warren mentioned he was laying alone. I thought it might...
Of some significance.
Oh, now, look. Not my lord.
It might indeed, Mr. Trever. Constable, get the men together.
Right, sir.
Mr. Warren, I have the distinct feeling you'll be hearing from us again. Good day, sir.
Good day.
Did I say something wrong, Albert?
Fred Trever. I'll never play chess with you again.
That very night, if Alice Trever hadn't been snoring her head off due to a somewhat potent sleeping draught added to her nightly cup of drinking chocolate, she might have seen the two men crossing her lawn and that of her neighbors. Between them, they carried a somewhat bulky load wrapped in a tarpaulin. The men in question were her own husband, Fred, absent by default, and the highly suspect Albert Warren. The bundle between them, the earthly remains of the much-missed Emily. Arriving at his own house, Albert let them in by the side door, and from there through the kitchen and down the steps that led to his cellar.
Where's the ruddy tongue?
The police have left your cellar looking like a battlefield.
Good idea. Hiding her over at your place, Fred. Smart thinking. But you're sure Alice didn't suspect anything?
Not a chance. Never goes down into the cellar on account of the spiders, you see.
Let's have her over here, then. That's it. Nice of the police to leave this hole. Roll her in, then.
Not very deep.
Deep enough.
You sure they won't find her?
Not a chance. Pass us the spade. Aye, 1.5 feet should do it. The law will be back in the morning to do the job properly. Would you believe it? The old cow's mouth is still open.
Would you like me to close it?
No need. Let's just fill it for her, shall we?
Funny to think, a year from now, my Alice will be going the same way. We do have to wait a full year, I suppose.
It's what we agreed.
What we agreed.
That should do it. Checkmate, game, and match, eh?
Albert.
Fred?
One thing.
Out with it, then.
You didn't really mean what you said about never playing chess with me again, did you?
At the time. Took a lot of work, that loan, out at Lakeside, you know.
But now?
Well, we're partners, aren't we?
I'll set up the board, shall I, Albert?
Why not?
Albert followed Fred up the cellar steps. If he had a thought at all, it was only to remember the old adage to the effect that the safest place to hide anything is where no one will ever look. And the second safest place? Where they've looked already. When Albert reached the top of the steps, he switched off the light. He never looked back.
That was Vincent Price, bringing you The Price of Fear. Also starring in this story, remains to be seen, were Mervyn Johns, Michael Gwynn, Clive Swift, and Avril Angers, with Diana Bishop and Robin Brown. Remains to be Seen was first recounted by Jack Ritchie, dramatized by William Ingram, and produced by John Dias. The Price of Fear, brought to you by Vincent Price.
Hello. I'm so happy you're with us again. This story I've called William and Mary. I suppose that most of us have, at some time or another, lain awake in the early hours of the morning and thought about death and the afterlife. I know I have. Or rather, I used to, until a few years ago, when I had an experience which caused me to... but let me explain. At that time, I was living in a small university town. Although I was unaware of it, I was actually living only a few hundred yards away from two old friends of mine, William and Mary Pearl. I say old friends, but in fact I had known Mary when we were students together, and had only met William when Mary married him some years later. I had absolutely no idea that they were even in the same town as I, until one morning, to my utter surprise, a letter arrived from their solicitor, informing me of William's death. He had, it seems, left me a small bequest.
Before I begin the reading, I should like to extend my deepest sympathy to the widow of my late friend and client, William Pearl.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I shall now read the last will and testament of the late William Arthur Pearl. I, William Arthur Pearl, being of sound mind.
As I sat in that rather dreary little office, I found myself staring at Mary. To say that I was shocked by the change in her appearance would be to understate the case. When I first knew her, she had been a lively, pretty girl. Now she had developed a sullen, resentful air, and her whole face gave the impression of having slowly but surely sagged to pieces through years and years of joyless marriage to her husband, William. At first they had been happy enough, but then, as William grew older, he developed a kind of cruel, nagging irritability, which Mary had at first tried to dissuade, then to combat, and finally to accept in silence. I remembered the occasion of our last meeting. Mary and I were sitting in the Pearls' flat, waiting for William to return from a lecture. We sat chatting of this and that, and I remember I had offered her a cigarette, which she had accepted and lit without thinking.
Oh, what have you done? I shouldn't be smoking, you know. William disapproves. In fact, between ourselves, he disapproves of most things these days. He's changed a lot, you know. He's become almost a caricature of a peevish, pedantic don. I'm surprised you hadn't noticed it.
Really, Mary, you exaggerate, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm embarrassing you. Stupid of me.
You are also embarrassing me, my dear.
William.
Continually refusing to obey my request concerning your smoking.
William, I'm sorry. I didn't see you come in.
That's blatantly obvious. Otherwise, you'd hardly be smoking a cigarette and discussing me as though I were a delinquent child.
This is really my fault. I was asking
There's
Mary...
no need to be gallant, old man. Mary, it seems, has developed a martyr complex, which can only be alleviated by the consumption of endless numbers of cigarettes.
For God's sake, must you behave like this in front of friends? Why the hell do you object to my smoking anyway? I'm afraid I'll get cancer.
No, it's not that.
Then why can't I smoke?
Because I disapprove, that's why.
You disapprove of so many things, William. Cigarettes, lipstick, alcohol, children. Especially children.
Needless to say, as soon as I could decently excuse myself, I left this somewhat painful domestic scene. And after that, we rather drifted apart. Indeed, I was surprised that William had remembered me at all, let alone left me something in his will. I even felt that he had begun to resent my very friendship with Mary.
And finally,
the voice
Mrs.
of the
Pearl,
solicitor broke in on my thoughts and brought me back to reality.
I have been instructed to give you this sealed envelope. Your late husband sent it to us shortly before he passed away. Since it appears this might contain something of a personal nature, no doubt you prefer to take it with you and read it in private.
Yes, thank you. I think I should.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the reading of the last will and testament of the late William Arthur Pearl. It only remains for me to thank you for coming in, to wish you a good day.
Good day.
Mrs. Pearl, good day, gentlemen.
Mary, dear.
I'm so glad you came. It's good to see you again.
And I'm delighted to see you again, although I could have wished that the meeting had taken place in happier circumstances.
Look, why don't you come back for a drink? Now, I mean.
Well, are you sure? Wouldn't you rather be alone?
No, I'd like you to come, really, I would. I'm afraid I'm not much good at being alone. And this letter worries me a little. I don't know why.
But then, of course, I'd be delighted to come. When we arrived at the Pearls' house, Mary led me straight through to the living room. I remember she didn't even stop to move her coat. As soon as we were settled, she took out the envelope the solicitor had given her and drew out 15 or so closely written sheets. Slowly, she reached into her handbag, took out her spectacles, and put them on. Then, holding the pages high in front of her, she began to read aloud.
This note, my dear Mary, is entirely for you and will be given to you shortly after I am gone. It is nothing but an attempt on my part to explain exactly what Dr. Landy is going to do to me. Oh, no. I knew it would be something like this. How could he?
Mary, what's the matter? You've gone quite pale. Who is this Dr. Landy? What did he do to William?
I'll be all right. Here, you take the letter and read it to me, please. It will make it easier, hearing all this from a third person.
Very well, my dear, if you want me to, but I...
Please.
Well, of course, yes. Now, let's see, where did we get to? Yes, here we are. The details of the disease that struck me down so suddenly, you know. No need to waste time on them. As I have lain here in hospital with somewhere between 1 and 6 months to live, I seem to be growing more melancholy every hour. And then, one Tuesday morning, 6 weeks ago, my friend John Landy, the neurosurgeon, burst into my room.
William, my boy, this is perfect. You're just the one I want.
Hello, John.
Well, now, in a few weeks' time, you're going to be dead, correct? Do you believe you'll go to heaven?
I doubt it. But what's all this about? Hardly a good bedside manner. In a few weeks, you're going to be dead.
Sorry. But look, would you be prepared to consider a proposition?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
I'm serious.
Oh, go on. I've very little to lose by listening.
On the contrary, you've a great deal to gain, especially after you're dead. This is something I've been working on quietly for some years. A long time ago, I saw a medical film brought over from Russia. It showed a dog's head, severed from the body, but with the normal blood supply being maintained.
Sounds gruesome.
The thing is that it was alive. The brain was functioning. Now, my idea, which grew out of seeing that film, was to remove the brain from the skull of a human being and to keep it alive, functioning as an independent unit after he is dead. For example, after you are dead.
Good God.
I've already completed a number of successful trials with animals, and now I'm ready to try it with a human.
I don't like the idea one bit.
Keep interrupting and let me finish. Think of it, man. Your own brain, in perfect shape. It's crammed full of a lifetime of learning. Yet soon it's going to have to die along with the rest of your body.
It's repulsive. What possible use can there be in keeping my brain alive if I couldn't talk or see or hear or feel?
I believe you would be able to communicate with us. But let me explain a bit more. At the very moment of death, I should have to be standing by so that I could step in immediately and try to keep your brain alive.
Are you serious about this?
Certainly.
What would you do?
I should immediately open your neck and locate the 4 arteries, the carotid and the vertebrals. I should then stick a large hollow needle in each. These 4 needles would be connected by tubes to the artificial heart. Then, working quickly, I should dissect out the left and right jugular veins and hitch these also to the heart machine to complete the circuit. Now, switch on the machine, which is already primed with the right type of blood, and there you are. The circulation through your brain would be restored. You'd have a dead body and a living brain.
But would it function?
Oh, my dear William, how should I know? I can't even tell whether it would ever regain consciousness.
And if it did?
That would be fascinating. Lying there with all your thinking processes working beautifully, and your memory as well.
And not being able to see, feel, hear, or smell.
Now, wait a minute. I'm going to leave one of your optic nerves intact, as well as the eye itself. I've already constructed a small plastic case to contain the eyeball. And when the brain is in a basin submerged in Ringer solution, the eyeball, in its case, will float on the surface of the liquid.
Staring at the ceiling. Hilarious. But how could I communicate with you?
By means of a sensitive piece of apparatus known as an encephalograph, which records the brain's electrical and chemical discharges on a graph.
But do you honestly believe that when my brain is in that basin, my mind will be able to function? That I shall be able to think and reason as I do now?
I don't see why not. It's the same brain. It's undamaged. You'd be living in an extraordinarily pure and detached world. No worries, or fears, or pains, or hunger, or thirst. And for you, William, a doctor of philosophy, it would be a tremendous experience. You'd be able to reflect upon the ways of the world with a detachment and a serenity that no man has ever attained before. Great thoughts and solutions might come to you, great ideas that could revolutionize our way of life. But look here, I'm not asking you to make up your mind immediately. Sleep on it. Perhaps you would give me a ring tomorrow. I'll be at home.
Yes, all right. I'll think it over and let you know.
Hello, John Lander here.
Landy, Pearl here. Look, I've been thinking over your proposition and...
Yes? What have you decided?
Well, my first reaction was one of revulsion, but now, well, I'm not so sure. But one thing bothers me, though. What if it were painful or I became hysterical? There'd be no escape.
William, there are always risks connected with any major scientific experiment, but think of the other aspect. Suppose it succeeded. There would be your brain functioning perfectly, producing original and imaginative theories. Man, you'd be immortal.
Yes. That's what appeals. My brain continuing its work untrammeled by physical considerations. And though I say it myself, I'm rather proud of my brain. It's a damn good one.
Well?
Yes, John, I'm going to do it. I've decided to go through with it.
Splendid. Now, look, I'll be over right away to discuss the...
Just one thing, John. Mary, should I tell her?
Yes. I suggest you discuss it with her as soon as possible.
Better, I suppose. Although she's hardly likely to realize the importance of such an experiment. It's going to be difficult.
Well, why not write it all down in a letter to be given to her when you're dead? It might be better. Less complicated all round, eh?
Yes, I see your point. Well, I'll think about it. Good night for now, John.
Goodbye.
A letter. Why not? To be opened only after my death.
Only after my death. Well, Mary, I will not say goodbye because there's just a chance that if Landy succeeds, I may actually see you again. I've tried several times to prepare you for this news, but you have constantly refused to give me a hearing. Please change your mind now and give Landy a call. Your faithful husband, William.
Oh, God.
There's more, Mary. P.S. Be good when I am gone. Do not drink. Do not smoke. Do not buy a television set. And incidentally, now that I have no further use for it, I suggest you have the telephone disconnected.
Oh, really? Aren't I entitled to some peace after all these years? Oh, the whole thing is just too awful to think about. Awful and beastly.
What are you going to do?
Oh, what can I do? I must do as William requests, I suppose. I'd better ring Dr. Landy now, right away.
Just over half an hour later, Mary and I were greeted by a somewhat apprehensive Dr. Landy at the hospital entrance. We followed him in silence through a maze of echoing corridors until finally he stopped at a door marked "No Admittance."
Well, here we are. I must warn you, it's bound to be a bit of a shock at first. He's not very prepossessing in his present state, I'm afraid.
I didn't marry him for his looks, Doctor.
Yes, well, take your time when you get inside. He won't know you're there until you place your face directly above his eye. Of course, he can't hear anything. We can talk as much as we like. It's in here. I wouldn't go too close yet, until you get used to it.
The doctor had ushered us into a small, square room. On a high white table in the center of the room was a biggish white enamel bowl, about the size of a wash basin, with half a dozen or so plastic tubes coming out of it. These tubes were connected with a whole lot of glass piping, and I could see the blood flowing from the heart machine. It was this machine which made a soft, rhythmic, pulsing sound.
He's in here, in this bowl. Come a little closer. Don't be afraid. That's right. Now, you see this small oval capsule floating on liquid in the bowl? That's the eye in there. Can you see it?
Yes.
Good. Take your time. As far as we can tell, it's still in perfect condition. It's his right eye, and the plastic container has a lens on it, similar to the one that he used in his own spectacles. At this moment, he's probably seen quite as well as he ever did. Oh. Are you feeling all right, Mrs. Pearl?
I think so.
Good. Then we'll go forward a little more, and you'll be able to see the whole thing. There you are. That's William.
The doctor led Mary forward until she could see right down into the basin. I followed, feeling somewhat nervous, I must confess. William's brain was far larger than I had imagined it would be, and darker in color. With all the ridges and creases running over the surface, it reminded me of nothing so much as a large, pickled walnut. I could see the stubs of the 4 big arteries and the 2 veins coming out of the base, and the neat way in which they were joined to the plastic tubes. With each throb of the heart machine, all the tubes gave a little jerk in unison as the blood was pushed through them.
Now, Mrs. Pearl, you'll have to lean over and put your face right above the eye. He'll see you then, and you can smile. I'd say a few nice things as well. He won't actually hear them, but I'm sure he'll get the idea.
It must have taken tremendous courage for Mary to lean over that basin and stare into the eye that had once been her husband. The eye itself was bright and stared at her with a peculiar fixed intensity. There was no doubt that it was watching her, and the small needle on the nearby control panel, which I took to be the encephalograph, clicked as Mary spoke, while at the same time the machine emitted a curious clicking sound.
Hello, dear. It's me, Mary. How are you, dear? Are you feeling all right, William? I got your letter, dear, and came at once to see how you were. Dr. Lanby says you're doing wonderfully well. They're doing everything possible to take care of you, dear. You seem fine. Really, you do.
That's excellent, Mrs. Pearl, excellent.
How strange. I've been trying to think what it is that's different about the eye. I see it now. There's a softness about it which William's never had. William's eyes used to glint at you, stabbing into the brain almost. This eye has a softness and a gentleness that's almost cow-like. Are you quite sure he's conscious?
Oh, yes, completely.
And he can see me.
Perfectly.
Isn't that marvelous? I expect he's wondering what's happened.
Not at all. He knows perfectly well where he is and why he's here.
You mean he knows he's in the basement?
Of course. And if he only had the power of speech, he would probably be able to carry on a perfectly normal conversation. So far as I can see, there should be absolutely no difference mentally between this William here and the one you used to know at home.
Good gracious me. You know, I'm not at all sure that I don't prefer him as he is at present. I believe I could live very comfortably with this kind of William. I could cope with this one. Quiet, isn't he?
Naturally, he's quiet.
Doctor, I do believe I'm beginning to feel the most enormous affection for him. Does that sound queer?
I think it's understandable.
He looks so helpless, lying there in the basement. He's like a baby. Exactly like a little baby. There. From now on, Mary's going to look after you. All by herself. When can I have him back home, Doctor?
Oh, he couldn't possibly be moved.
I don't see why not.
But this is an experiment, Mrs. Pearl.
It's my husband, Doctor. It is my husband, you know.
That's rather a tricky point. Perhaps it would be better if we were to discuss this matter more fully in my office.
I mean it. I want him back.
Mary and the doctor had become so engrossed in the struggle for possession of William, or rather what remained of him, that they had forgotten my presence completely. I watched in thrall. The doctor was studying Mary as she calmly put a cigarette between her lips and lit it. He obviously regarded her as a very queer fish indeed, even allowing for the bizarreness of the situation. Mary walked over to the window, apparently quite calm and relaxed, puffing a cigarette. Then she walked back to the table and looked into the basin once more.
Mary's leaving you now, sweetheart. But don't you worry about a single thing. You understand? I'm going to get you home again. Just as soon as I possibly can. And...
At this point, Mary paused and put her cigarette to her lips, intending to take a puff. Instantly, the eye flashed, and the pupil contracted into a minute black point of distilled fury. At the same time, the needle on the graph jumped, alarmed. Mary didn't move for a moment. She stood looking down into the basin, holding the cigarette to her mouth and watching the eye. Then, slowly and deliberately, she put the cigarette to her lips, inhaled deeply, held the smoke, then suddenly... She released the smoke through her nostrils in two thin jets, which struck the water and billowed out over the surface in a thick blue cloud, which completely enveloped the eye. The needle on the grass machine went mad. The doctor, who had been standing with his back to Mary since she crossed to the table, turned suddenly, aware that something had happened, but not knowing what.
I think perhaps we'd better leave now.
Now, don't look so cross, William. It isn't any good looking cross. Not anymore, dear. Because from now on, my pet, you're going to do exactly what Mary tells you. You understand, William? Exactly what Mary tells you.
Mrs. Pearl.
So don't be a naughty boy again, will you, my pet? Naughty boys are liable to get most severely punished.
That's enough, Mrs. Pearl.
Yes, of course. Goodbye, darling. I'll be back soon. Isn't he sweet? I just can't wait to get him home again.
I think it was Bernard Shaw who said, there are two tragedies in life. One is to lose one's heart's desire. The other is to gain it. Poor William, with his vain dreams of his detached brain solving the world's problems. Is he still alive in his basin, consumed with impotent rage as he views Mary's excesses of tobacco, alcohol, and television? And what of Mary? Can she still be enjoying her protracted revenge for all those years of domestic misery? I think she can, for Mary was taught cruelty by an expert. As for myself, nowadays my sleep is undisturbed by thoughts of death and immortality. Although I must confess I have never since been able to wash my hands in an enamel basin without thinking of William and Mary.
That was Vincent Price, bringing you The Price of Fear. Also starring in William and Mary were John Barron, Gerard Green, and Hilda Schroeder, with Terry Scully. William and Mary was first recounted by Roald Dahl, dramatized by Barry Campbell, and produced by John Dyer.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah and 2-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, Hannah and 2-year-old. Well, Satan, what kind of a cheerful little yarn will we spin these folks tonight? A love story? Well, if you ain't a sentimental old cat. You say you're not too old to be romantic? I never knowed a male critter that was, in his mind. Now set yourself down in the corner, Satan, and I'll spin the kind of tale you ask for. But douse out them lights, everybody. Nancy's love yarns is best listened to in the darkness. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Soon you'll see inside a happy home across the seas in France. It's down in the country where them old heathen Romans used to live 2,000 years ago, and where they left some funny things lying buried in the earth. Funny things that men today sometimes discover. Gaze into the embers deep and hear our yarn of the bronze Venus. The bronze Venus.
Mama, Howie should be here any minute. If you don't hurry, I shan't be dressed in time to meet him.
Stop squirming if you want me to finish. Oh, I'll be glad when Henri takes you off my hands. Then I won't have to tie ribbons on a creature who can't stand still a moment.
You won't be glad at all. You'll weep constantly after I'm married and go to live in Paris.
I shan't shed a single tear. The sooner such a nuisance as you is out of my sight, the better. Oh, my baby, you will be leaving me soon.
Mama, stop that.
My little Georgette.
Stop it or I'll cry, too. Mama, please don't.
No, I mustn't. Anyone who saw me would think a funeral was to take place here in 5 days instead of a wedding. And I'm really very happy. Your Henri is a good man. He loves you, and you love him.
Oh, so much, Mama. So much.
Stop your sighing and let me finish with these ribbons. Oh, I suppose I sighed the same foolish way before I married your father. And that's the only thing I have against Henri. He's so much like your father.
Why, Mama.
In his ridiculous interest, I mean. How the daughter of an antiquary can ever wish to become the wife of one is quite beyond my comprehension.
Oh, you really don't mean that. With all his constant delving among old ruins and buried cities, Papa has remained as close and dear to you as Henri will be to me.
Yes, of course, physically. But I long ago discovered that to a man with the archaeological bee in his bonnet, no mere woman can compete spiritually with a 1,000-year-old trifle that he's dug up from the earth. And I don't approve of such work. I never have. It's too much like robbing graves.
Mama.
To my mind, the dead and their possessions are best left undisturbed.
Oh, that's silly superstition.
All right, have it your own way.
But I do wish Papa hadn't found something to disturb this morning. He should have gone to meet Henri instead of merely sending old Jacques to the station with the carriage.
Henri won't be annoyed by that apparent rudeness when he learns it was caused by a new discovery. Chances are he'll even forget he's been away from you for an entire month, while he and your father indulge in scientific raptures.
Oh, not Henri.
We'll see. What is it your father found this morning? You haven't told me much about it yet.
Oh, it gave me an awful fright.
Fright?
For just a moment. This find was purely accidental. 3 of our peasants were digging up that old olive tree that was frozen last winter, and Papa and I were standing beside them, talking about Henri, when one of the men dug his pick into the earth and we heard a bong, as though he'd struck a bell. Then, suddenly, a black hand seemed to rise from out the earth. I thought it was a dead man's at first. But it was only the hand of a bronze statue. And when I left, Papa was delirious with joy and down in the pit with a shovel, helping the men unearth the rest of it.
Oh, then he'll be covered with dirt when he returns to the house. And he'll track it all over my carpets. Oh, but what's the use? I discovered long ago that men can't be made over.
Whoa, Sarah, whoa.
Oh, Mama, that's old Jacques outside. The carriage has returned with Henri.
Georgette!
Here, Mama, he's here. I'm coming, Henri. Hurry, Mama.
I'm right behind you.
Henri.
Georgette, darling. Oh, my little sweetheart.
Good afternoon, Henri. Welcome back.
Madame de Marseille, I salute you.
Don't waste your kisses on an old woman such as I. But tell this girl of mine how much you've missed her.
Oh, I already know, Mama. for I know how greatly I've missed him.
Have you, dear? To me, every moment that I've been away has seemed an hour. The hours like days, the days as years.
That's a very pretty speech for an antiquary. I hope that after your marriage you won't neglect to tell Georgette the same charming lies.
Lies, Mom?
Your mother's only joking, dear. She knows that nothing is important in my life, excepting you.
Elaine! Georgette!
Oh, here comes your father, Georgette, covered with dirt from head to foot.
Henri, you have arrived.
Just now, Monsieur de Marseille.
And no thanks to you, Francois. You should be ashamed you didn't meet him at the station.
Oh, I have been doing something more important. Something that will make Henri's eyes grow wide with envy.
You've unearthed the statue, Papa?
The men are bringing it. Just wait until you see it.
Statue? What statue?
Didn't Georgette tell you of my find?
Henri just stepped from the carriage. Besides, I don't yet know what you found. I left before.
Wait until you see. Hurry, you men.
It looks as though they were bearing a corpse.
Now handle it carefully there. Now place it upright there.
Monsieur de Marseille. Why, it's an antique bronze.
Yes, a life-size bronze of Venus. A Venus of the ancients.
Where did you find her? How did you...
Look at her, my boy. And envy me my luck. This statue may prove the greatest find of the century.
She's gorgeous.
Superb.
A masterpiece.
A chef d'oeuvre.
Monsieur, she's of the early Roman period. Her face is not the classic style.
Oh, no. Here you have none of the immobility of feature which the Greeks gave to their sculpture.
Her face seems almost living.
I've never seen such an illusion of life and metal.
She has such a cruel face.
Hasn't she a heart for this beauty, though? If she were a living woman, Henri, how she'd make her lover suffer. She'd send a man to death without the slightest pity.
Yes. She's almost devilish in her charm. She's the loveliest thing I've ever seen.
That's a fine thing for a prospective husband to say in the presence of his future wife.
Well, I hardly think Georgette will be jealous of Henri's compliments to a statue. Helene, what an excellent omen. She is for these children. 5 days before their marriage, I bring them Venus, the goddess of love.
Excellent omen indeed. A heathen idol buried by the dead. I don't like her looks at all.
Oh, well, you have no appreciation. Henri, Georgette, we must take full advantage of this excellent fortet. Your marriage was to be on Saturday. Friday is Venus Day.
You're not suggesting their wedding to be advanced to Friday?
Certainly.
Georgette, that's a whole day sooner.
Never. A marriage on Friday would bring all sorts of bad fortune.
On the contrary, it will bring only good. For my goddess on the earth will smile upon their union.
Mama, I'd like to be married that much sooner.
Oh, and I, Madame de Marseille.
Well, I suppose one superstition is as foolish as the other. All right.
There, it's all settled. Jean-Paul, you and the men fetch scraping tools.
Yes, monsieur.
Now, Henri, you and I will remove the encrusted earth from my Venus. We may find inscriptions.
Yes.
No, you may scrape in the dirt all you wish, but not Henri.
Oh, but it would be a privilege, Madame. Oh, this find is stupendous. Every archaeologist in France will go mad with envy when they hear of it. And since Monsieur has offered to let me
see,
share...
Georgette, what you must expect from an antiquary? Your affianced husband, whom you've not seen for a month, would desert you the hour he returns for a dead thing out of the earth.
Oh, Madame, you know I...
You may help Papa if you wish, Henri. I'm going in the house.
Oh, darling, wait. Forgive my thoughtlessness. I won't touch the statue or even think about it. Instead, you and I'll take a stroll in the garden and talk.
What was that sound?
Oh, it came from inside my Venus. Some loose fragment in a hollow form must have fallen and struck against the metal sides. Coming as it did, Henri, it seemed a protest against your desertion of her.
Well, protest or not, I am deserting her.
Well, run along, then.
Henri, when you and Georgette reach the garden, try to act like a lover instead of an archaeologist. I'm going in the house.
I shall take your advice, Madame. Come, Georgette. Oh, later, if your daughter permits, Monsieur, I shall be delighted to return and help you.
I shall be delighted to have you, my girl.
You'd rather stay with that old statue now than be with me.
You know I wouldn't, darling. And you shouldn't feel bitterness toward anything that's been so kind to us. I just think she's advanced our marriage a day.
You don't believe as Mama does, that Friday is unlucky.
If your love for me is as strong as mine for you, nothing can be unlucky. Dear, see what I brought you from Paris.
That ring upon your little finger?
Uh-huh.
Oh, gorgeous. Let me put it on.
No, not yet. It will only leave my finger for that of my wife's. It won't be yours for 4 whole days.
It's to be my wedding ring.
Yes. There's a Latin inscription inside that means yours forever.
You shall be mine, and I will be yours forever. After Friday.
Just 4 short days. But they'd seem terribly long if your father hadn't found that statue. Fortunately, I can occupy my time assisting him with her.
Henry, you're thinking more about that statue than you do of me.
Georgette.
Mama was right. To such men as you and Papa, nothing matters but dead things from the earth. I hate your ugly Venus. I hate her. Hate her.
What?
What was that?
What?
That sound. Henry, it came from that statue back there.
Oh. Well, your father, as Jean Carl, must have struck it with a tool.
I suppose so. But as she seemed to protest against you leaving her a while ago, now she seemed to answer what I said in anger.
You silly little goose. Well, if you think she has understanding, I'll anger her still more. Do you think I could give that ancient lump of metal a single thought when you are near? If she were the living Venus, goddess of beauty, to me, you'd be more beautiful. And I'd love you more than Venus, the living goddess of love.
That sound again.
Someone called.
Help! Help!
Papa!
He's hidden by those trees. Run!
Papa! Papa!
He's here.
He's not hurt, thank heaven.
The Venus has fallen.
And a man lies on the ground beside
Monsieur
her.
de Marseille, what has happened?
The statue fell upon Jean Paul.
He's not.
Oh, he's only stunned, I think. He's breathing. Georgette, send Jacques for Dr. Babous.
At once. But how did it happen?
I don't know. For no reason at all, my Venus toppled over. And, my old eyes are playing tricks.
What do you mean?
Well, before she fell, it seemed her bronze arm struck out in rage, blindly, as a person of temper strikes when something is said to anger them.
Henry, it happened when you said you loved me more than her.
That ain't the end of our love story about the bronze Venus, Satan. But if these folks wants to hear the rest about her, they got to come and see us next time at her birthday. Hummin' 4-year-old, I be real soon. Hummer and 4-year-old.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan her wise black cat.
111-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 111-year-old. But instead of celebrating my birthday with a good rest, Satan, we got to go to work and tell the finish of that pretty love story we begun last time these folks was here. Let's see. You keep track of our romantic yarn, Satan. Where'd we leave off? That's right. We told about that nice young girl who was fixing to marry a young archaeologist fella, and how the girl's father, who was also in the archaeology business, discovered the statue of a heathen goddess that was buried in the earth. It was an awful lifelike looking statue. And right while we left off our yarn, it seemed as if it had got mad and struck a man with its metal fist. Douse out them lights so's we'll have it nice and dark for the finish of our tale. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into them bars. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll be back with us in France, while once them heathen roamings lived. Soon you'll see once more the bronze Venus. The bronze Venus.
It's an ill wind that blows no one good, Henri. If it hadn't been for Jean Paul's bruises, Madame de Marsay would never have permitted you to help me complete this delightful task of scraping the encrusted earth from my Venus. She's used to me getting dirty, but she doesn't want our future son-in-law to follow in my sinful footsteps.
Well, if I didn't help you, no one else would. Your goddess has certainly struck terror into the peasants around here.
Well, they won't come within 100 meters of her now, even though Jean Paul is far from dead as he claimed to be when he came to. Oh, dear. Very strange the way that accident occurred. I must consult an oculist about my eyes. I could have sworn the statue's arm lashed out in blind rage and struck him.
Georgette still maintains the reason for that rage was something I said about your beautiful bronze lady. Oh, it's all too ridiculous.
Of course it is. Well, we're progressing splendidly. The upper part of my Venus is quite clean now.
She's a gorgeous thing, your Venus.
You admire her as I do. This divinity dug from the earth.
Yes. It's easy to understand why men of long ago adored her.
You and I are pagans at heart. We could adore her now.
Yes. We could adore her now. Look at her. The bronze seems to glow as we pay tribute to her beauty.
One could almost fancy that she smiled. Georgette and her mother are right. There is an illusion of life about this figure that's often startling.
Yes. Oh, it's caused by shadows in the sun, I suppose.
It couldn't be anything else.
Oh, confound it.
What's the matter?
This ring. So thick and heavy, I can't hold the scraper properly.
That's the wedding ring you're to give Georgette on Friday, Venus Day.
Yes.
You owe me a debt of gratitude for advancing your marriage to that afternoon. Finding this lovely goddess was too good an omen to be disregarded.
I can't work any longer with this ring on. It's cutting into my flesh.
Well, take it off.
Where shall I put it?
What's the matter with your pocket?
Well, there's a hole in each of them. I'm still a bachelor, you know. I see the perfect place. The statue's outstretched finger.
Perfect. And another good omen, Henri. Your wedding ring will be blessed by the goddess of love herself.
Well, with it there out of the way, I can certainly use my hand more freely.
But beware, Henri. With that ring on her finger, Venus may think you've married her.
Fortunately, the thoughts of a bronze lady are very unimportant.
Yeah, but with that face, if she were more than bronze, what a jealous fiction she'd be. And inside that ring is inscribed in Latin, yours forever. Latin was her language.
Well, I refuse to worry about that. Say, we must be getting to work in earnest if we hope to find an inscription.
If there is one, it'll be here from the base where I'm working.
We should have begun there.
It was your idea to clean the upper body first.
I know. I wanted to see how she really looked. She was so beautiful, even underneath the dirt. So beautiful. So beautiful.
Henri!
Well, Georgette is coming to join us.
Darling. I thought you said you wouldn't come near our goddess again.
I don't want to, but I'm not going to let her take you and Papa away from me altogether.
Oh, sweetheart. As though anything could take me away from you for long.
Don't. Please don't say anything nice to me when she's so close.
Georgette.
I know, I'm foolish. It must have been coincidence that Jean Cole was hurt by her when you said you cared more for me, but I'm afraid of her somehow.
But that's so utterly ridiculous.
Ollie, look.
What?
An inscription.
No.
My scraper just uncovered
Oh, let's see. Where?
Here. Now we shall learn something of my Venus's history.
It's badly worn, very faint.
You can make it out with your young eyes.
I think I can. Yes. It reads, Cave Amantem.
That can be translated, beware of him who loves you.
No, wait. The more likely translation is, look out for herself, yourself, if she loves you.
You're right. That's it.
It's no more.
Not another word.
Look out for yourself if she loves you.
Well, that doesn't tell us very much.
Oh, yes, it does. Hurry, come away. Don't stay near her any longer.
Georgette.
Oh, please, keep away from her. She's more than metal. She looks almost alive. And she's bad, cruel. Oh!
Darling.
My child.
My ring. My wedding ring is on her finger.
Oh, well, it impeded my work. I
you
put it
said it would only leave your finger for that of your wife's, and she has it.
She's only a statue.
She's more than that. She's the symbol of a goddess. People built temples to her. She was worshipped, honored, feared. The worshippers are dead, but maybe thoughts don't die. Perhaps the shadow of their faith still lives. Perhaps the power it gave her lives.
My child, such talk is madness.
I don't care if it is. Hurry, don't let her have my wedding ring.
Well, I'll get it at once, dear, since you wish it.
Oh, quick. Hurry. What's the matter?
Oh, it's stuck. It won't come off.
Oh, poor heart.
I am. Something has changed here.
Changed?
Yes. When I slipped the ring on, this finger was straight.
Venus has closed her hand.
She won't give back your wedding ring.
Francois, come in here and shut the door.
Elaine, we shouldn't leave our guests just before the wedding.
Wedding? It's more as though a funeral were to take place here today.
No, it's this storm that has depressed everybody's spirit.
No, you know what's caused it.
Because the hand of my statue was accidentally bent so that ring can't be taken off, there's no reason for everyone to be in a state of superstitious terror.
I've been your wife for nearly 30 years, Francois. You can't hide your fears from me.
Elaine,
You know the metal finger that no file can touch was not accidentally bent.
I don't know how it happened.
Oh, what are we going to do? Henri has acted like a man in trance today. It's as though some awful spell was on him. Georgette is pale and trembling. She looks ghastly in her bridal dress. Fear is eating all our hearts.
Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of, nothing. We've simply imagined things, that's all. We imagine things now. And our imaginations play us tricks.
That pagan goddess in our garden is not imagination. I can see her from this window, and as the lightning plays about her, she looks like some fiend of hell.
But she's only a metal statue, just a metal statue that can't do any harm.
Listen. Francois, that sound is coming from your Venus.
Oh, it's caused by the rain beating against her copper sides.
It's been raining for hours. We haven't heard that sound before.
Oh, it's raining harder now. That must be the reason for that sound. There's nothing else to cause it.
It's growing louder, as though she wanted someone to hear, as though she was calling someone.
Elaine, you're talking madness.
Oh, Francois, I'm so afraid for Georgette and the man she loves.
My dear. Come in.
Monsieur, your presence is required. The curé is ready to begin the ceremony.
We should come at once, Mary.
Yes, monsieur.
Dry your tears, Elaine. Everything will be all right. Come, my dear. The curé is waiting for us.
Yes, waiting to perform a marriage on Friday, Venus Day.
Henri Michel de Saint Clair, wilt thou take Georgette Cécile de Marseille here present for thy lawful wife, according to the rite of our Holy Mother the Church?
I will.
Georgette Cécile de Marseille, wilt thou take Henri Michel de Saint Clair here present for thy lawful husband, according to the rite of our Holy Mother of the Church?
I will.
Join your right hands and repeat after me. I, Henri Michel de Saint Clair, Take thee, Georgette Cécile de Marseille, for my lawful wife.
I, Henri Michel de Saint Clair, take thee, Georgette Cécile de Marseille, for my lawful wife.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health, until death do us part.
In sickness and in health, until death! Death! No! Venus, I am yours forever!
Henri!
Venus, your bridegroom is coming to you!
Stop him! Henri, come back!
He ran out in that storm.
He's
going to that statue.
Oh!
That statue is moving.
His arms reach out to clasp him.
Your bridegroom, Venus, has come for his embrace!
He's in her metal arms. She's crushing him to death.
Henri! Henri, my darling!
Georgette!
Henri! Henri, my sweetheart!
Venus Day, Venus Day, Venus Day.
Come see me and Satan next time I has a birthday. We may have another pretty love story to tell ya.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. Now let us join old Nancy, Witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat.
An 11-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 111-year-old. We'll Satan. Here, all these folks be gathered to hear one of our pretty little bedtime stories. And tonight, we're gonna tell 'em one that's become famous all over the world. You're right, Satan. A woman named Mary Shelley once writ this yarn of ourn in a book. But she, nor no one else, never knowed the true facts of the case but me. Douse out them lights. Sitting in the spooky shadows is the way to hear our pretty tales. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into them bars. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll be with us in Switzerland. Soon you'll hear our yarn of Frankenstein. Frankenstein.
I'm coming. Don't break the door down. Who is it?
Hi, Professor Waldman.
Oh, just a minute.
Oh, good evening, Madame Maurice.
Good evening. Raining cats and dogs. Step inside so I can close this door.
Yes, Madame Maurice.
Oh, you're letting that wet umbrella drip all over my clean floor.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you men of science. But I suppose I should be used to such carelessness after keeping house for Victor Frankenstein.
Oh, he's a very young scientist, Madame Maurice. Just wait until he reaches my age.
You make me shudder.
Where is our Victor? In his laboratory?
Is he ever anywhere else? Doesn't even come out for his meals anymore. What is he doing in there, Professor, that he's so mysterious about?
I don't know any more than you do. Our Victor is a genius, and genius shares its secrets with no one.
Professor Waldman, I'm worried about that boy. In the last 6 months, he's changed terribly.
Changed?
Yes. He thinks of nothing but this work of his. You know how much he loves his fiancée, Elizabeth. Yet 3 times he's postponed their marriage because it wasn't finished. And I'm afraid of whatever he's doing. I feel it is unholy.
Madame Maurice.
Unholy, I tell you. He forbids me to enter that laboratory of his. But he can't close up my ears. At night I hear frightful sounds from there. Cries of animals in pain. And then from him who has always been so kind. Insane shouts of triumph. And I've seen the things brutish-looking men bring in this house. Hideous things from the slaughterhouses and the morgues. Last week, the public executioner was here. He brought the body of that robber who was beheaded in the square.
There is no need for you to worry. However disgusting the tools he employs, you may be sure the object of Victor's work is to benefit mankind.
I hope you're right, but shh. He's coming from the laboratory. Hear him lock the door behind him? From the care he takes, one would think that room was filled with gold.
Good evening, Victor.
Oh, Professor Waldman. I'm so glad you received my message and came at once. Oh, Madam Moritz, get your hat and cloak. I will send you to your sisters.
In this awful storm?
Oh, is there a storm?
Is there a storm?
Well, then you must call a cab. I'm sorry, but Professor Waldman and I must have the house alone. This is the night for which I've worked so long. The night on which I'll finish the crowning achievement of the ages.
Victor, you are trembling with excitement.
What have you done?
Tomorrow all Switzerland shall know. My name shall ring throughout the world. And you shall know first, dear Madame Moritz. But tonight you must go. You must go now.
You mean your work is ended?
Yes.
There will be no more dead bodies coming through that door. No more horrors from the
No,
slaughterhouse.
that's over. Now go. Go.
I'm going. Even though I catch my death of cold in this awful storm, it'll be worth it.
Go. Please go.
Victor, what have you discovered?
Wait till she's out of hearing. She wouldn't understand.
She's gone. What is it?
Come and see. Come into the laboratory. Professor Waldman, from the acute presence of death, I have wrested the secret of life.
Life?
Yes. I, Victor Frankenstein, have created man. Look at him there. Bit by bit, I fashioned him. His organs, his limbs, his brain, his external flesh.
A beautiful sleeping giant.
But sleeping only until I give him life. And now the time has come. That's why I sent for you, old teacher. You pointed out the path.
I know nothing of this.
Yes, you sent me to the ancients for forgotten knowledge. Through them I learned of magic and the hidden truths of nature. But I have gone beyond the ancients. In a moment I shall make a man. I shall be as God.
You blaspheme!
Why? To the race of whom this giant will be father, Frankenstein will be God's name.
Stop!
No, for I am greater than your Lord.
You're mad!
Bah! What is this puny human tribe which he created? They must have delicate foods, long hours of rest. They're weak, decadent, scourged with sickness, a prey to heat and cold. Compared to this child of Frankenstein's great genius, men are flies living out a summer day. Look at him there, 8 feet tall, a mountain of strength, immune to weather, illness, and fatigue, with a brain that will grasp in a single hour all that man must take a year to learn. This machine will give him life. I pull the lever. What?
No, don't!
In a moment he will breathe, and I shall have improved on nature. I shall have improved on God.
The giant's flesh grows warm. There's pulsation in his veins.
Soon he'll rise and walk.
Great God!
No, great Frankenstein.
Victor, the beautiful contours of his body are changing.
What?
His flesh is shriveling like a mummy's.
Becoming ugly. Misshapen.
You are creating a horror.
A machine. I'll turn it off.
Too late. He breathes. His voice. He lives. May God forgive you, Frankenstein. You've made a monster.
I can't go back into that house. I can't look at him again.
You must. You should not have fled from him an hour ago. You are responsible for him. You are his creator.
You're right. I am the great God Frankenstein. But how could he have changed so as I gave him life? I planned a thing of beauty. Produced a loathsome horror.
Man cannot usurp the prerogatives of God. Let us go in.
All right. Oh, why should I fear him? His frightfulness may be only that of an exterior that I, in some way, marred. I gave him a brain capable of the most lofty thoughts, the noblest actions. Why, it's going to be all right. In the body of a fiend may be the nature of an angel. I planned his nature so.
Victor, the laboratory door is open. He has burst the locks.
His giant strength.
He's gone.
There's a woman. What is that? Lying in the shadows.
It's Madame Moritz.
She didn't go to her sister's. She saw him. She fainted of fright.
Victor, she is dead.
No, no!
Her throat has been crushed by giant hands. The monster killed her.
Oh. No. I, the great God, Frankenstein.
Well, my boy, how does it feel to be on your feet again? Not bad after a year in bed, I'll wager.
A year has passed since that awful night.
Ah, here now. I forbid you to speak of that just yet.
Oh, I'm quite strong now. And we must talk, Professor. This is the first opportunity I've had to be with you alone.
Careful, Victor. Elizabeth is in the next room, and your mother.
They don't know.
No one knows but you and me. They think your ravings of the monster simply figments of delirium. And you have been quite mad, you know.
Yes. Mercifully mad. Till a week ago, the darkness lifted from my brain to let me remember and to fear. What other crimes is the thing I made committed since you brought me here? Where is he? You must tell me.
You have nothing to fear, Victor. The monster is dead.
Dead?
Yes.
You're not lying to me. You're not lying just to ease my mind.
No. During the week after his disappearance, he was seen in several villages, and the superstitious farmers took him for a demon from another world. At last he was fired upon and wounded. A trail of his blood was traced to the edge of a mountain chasm 1,000 feet in depth. We shall never hear of him again.
He's really dead. Oh, oh, I feel as though the weight of time itself were lifted from my shoulders. I'm free again. My nightmare is over. There's nothing more to fear.
Victor, darling.
Oh, Elizabeth.
Come in, my dear.
I hope you'll forgive my intrusion. I heard Victor's voice, and it sounded so different, so happy. I simply had to come in and see you.
Oh, I am happy, dearest. I shall be happy forevermore.
You will be even happier if left with Elizabeth alone. Oh, I know, young lover.
Oh, really, Professor?
I'll see you later.
Elizabeth. Dearest sweetheart.
Oh, how good it is to see you yourself again. You've been so ill, so close to death.
But now I have returned to life. And to you forever.
You mean until you go away again? Back to your studies, your experiments?
No, my studies are over. My experiments are ended.
Victor!
I shall never enter a laboratory again. There will be no more postponements of our wedding.
Then I shall have you all my own. For always.
Always.
Oh, my dear. You don't know how happy that will make me. I've been so jealous of the science which kept you from me. It seemed to keep you from even God.
I have come back to you. And God.
Elizabeth? Oh, your mother is calling me. I must tell her. Perhaps we can be married right away.
Tomorrow, if possible.
How I love you.
How I love you.
Elizabeth! The coming, Mother Frankenstein. Oh, I'm so happy.
And happy. Happy. Happy! There's nothing now to fear.
You're wrong, Frankenstein.
You! Alive!
Yes, I. The monster you created.
And Satan, these folks has got to wait till next time to hear the finish of this pretty yarn. Then we'll tell 'em some true facts about this Frankenstein and his monster that'll make their hair curl. We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and her black cat, Satan. 102 year old I be today. Yes, sir, 102 year old. Well, Satan, if these folks would just douse out them lights and make it nice and dark, we'll finish telling them that pretty story we begun last time they was here. We already told them how that scientist fella discovered the secret of life and made a monstrous, ugly giant whose first act was to strangle our old lady. Then he disappeared, and the fellow who made him thought he'd been killed. Until a year later, he heard the giant's awful voice a-calling him. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep and hear the rest of our yarn about Frankenstein. Frankenstein.
I'll follow to this desolate place as you bade me. What do you want of me?
To show you my home, Frankenstein. This barren cave up on the mountainside, exposed to the winds and howling beasts. Here I, the monster you created, live, whilst you reside in comfort. I want to show you my solitude, whilst you are planning marriage.
I thought you dead.
You made me too strong. The fall you had had killed me, could not destroy my body. I simply disappeared from man because man has shut me out. Even you cannot bear to look at my repulsive being. Even you, my maker. You, my God.
God. Great God, Frankenstein.
Yes, when you made me, so you called yourself.
How did you learn that I was your creator?
Upon that night when I first knew life, you fled from the horror you'd given breath from me. I was naked, it was cold. I wrapped a cloak of yours about me. There were papers in his pocket. When I learned to read, I found those papers were your notes of my creation. A pretty tale they told of how you made me from the refuse of the slaughterhouse and morgue. I'm partly man and partly beast. You owe me recompense for the awful life with which I'm cursed. That is why I summoned you tonight, that you may pay your debt.
What do you wish?
A companion.
Companion?
Yes, Frankenstein. Oh, I hate you, yet I love you, for you're all I have. Take pity on the thing you made, for I am lonely, with a hunger that no man can ever know.
You want me for your companion?
No, you no more than other men can bear to look upon my frightfulness. Give me a creature as loathsome as myself, one who will not turn from me to hide its eyes in horror.
You mean create another monster?
Yes, for everything upon this earth excepting me, there is a mate. Of my breed, I am Adam. Frankenstein, make me an Eve.
Eve? A female?
Yes.
No.
Yes, you planned marriage. Why not I?
Oh, no. Why, you might loose upon the world a race of monsters. A race who would destroy mankind.
I swear we'll do no harm, Frankenstein. I beg.
Never. I presume no more upon the powers of heaven. I experiment no longer with the mysteries of God.
You will not create for me a mate?
No, 1,000 times.
Yet you yourself will take one? Beware, you made me strong. I can crush you like a shell.
I'm not afraid of you. Only of life's secrets I have already probed too deep. I will not do the thing you ask.
Then die!
Strike!
No! I spare you now. At the hour of your greatest happiness, I will strike. Straight to your heart, Frankenstein. Wait and hear, for I'll be with you on your wedding night. On your wedding night.
Victor, how can you be so sad tonight when all our dreams have just come true?
Oh, I'm not sad, dearest. Well, how could I be when at last you are my wife?
Victor, you're keeping something from me.
Oh, no.
You are. Professor Waldman has been acting strangely, too. And the grounds outside are filled with strange men who look as though they were policemen standing guard. You have nothing to fear, my darling. No enemy who would harm you on our wedding night?
Oh, of course not, darling. Why, what could I be afraid of on our wedding night?
Victor Frankenstein.
Oh, yes. I'll let you in, Professor Waldman.
Victor, come with me at once. Oh, excuse me, Elizabeth. I must speak to your husband alone.
What is all this mystery?
It's nothing, dear. Now, you stay here. I'll explain everything when I return.
Hurry, Victor.
Yes. Excuse me, dear.
But Victor, John.
Close the door tightly. She must not
monster.
hear.
You see the monster?
The police have him surrounded.
Good.
Come on.
No, wait. He's cunning. I can't leave Elizabeth in that room alone.
It is you he threatened to strike, not her, and we have him in a net. He cannot get away.
And leave me to him. At last, let me destroy the awful thing my hands have made. Elizabeth!
Quick, back to that
Oh,
room.
God, keep her safe. The door is locked.
Burst it open.
Elizabeth! She's lying crumpled on the floor.
That open window. The monster.
Straight to your heart, Frankenstein. Straight to your heart.
Elizabeth. She's dead.
So, Frankenstein, you tracked me down.
You fiend of hell! Stand out from those rocks where I can see you.
So you may aim at my breast that pistol which you carry. Very well.
I have you now!
Not yet! You forget how fast I move.
Let me go!
Did you think to destroy me with weapons such as this? I, whom you made superior to the puny race of men, I throw your pistol into yonder chasm, and I release you unhurt and unharmed.
Some way, sometime with another weapon, I shall bring you death. Tonight you have killed the woman I love best in all the world. On her broken body, I have sworn to live for your destruction.
I told you I'd strike you to the heart. You thought I meant your heart of flesh, your body. There was a better way. I've turned your happiness to misery.
Oh, God, great Lord of all, destroy this monster.
You are my God. You, my Lord of all. Listen, my father. As you denied me the comradeship of one frightful as myself, now you are denied a mate. As you condemned me to a life of solitude and sorrow, now you are condemned. You've sworn to live for my destruction, you have said. Your hate will make you follow me across the world. To the sun-scorched desert and the icy plain. You know heat and cold and thirst and hunger, to which I, your creature, am immune. How well you made me, great God Frankenstein. You'll follow me across the world. I always just ahead. You always just behind. Until your body racked by age and sorrow, we will reach the end. Now I go, and you will follow.
I will follow to your death.
To the death of both. For you and I henceforth are one.
Oh, across the way. 3 points starboard.
Castaway here in the Arctic Circle.
Aye, sir. Take this glass. It's a man on a floating block of ice, probably broke away from the mainland, sir.
Gad, a white man, 1,000 miles from humankind.
Some explorer, probably, like ourselves.
Yes, who's lost his party. He may be a companion of that strange giant we saw in the distance a week ago.
If we can get him, sir?
We'll try. Man the longboat.
All hands up, man the longboat. Cross away, cross away.
It's a strange story you tell, Mr. Frankenstein. You've pursued this man for 40 years.
Not a man, a monstrous fiend. Over mountain and desert, ocean and plain. In the velds of Africa, here to the Arctic Circle I have followed. I always just behind. He always just ahead. 40 years I have known no home, no friend. Only solitude, misery, and an empty dream of vengeance. Now I'm dying. I can pursue no longer.
There, man. 5 days on that ice floe didn't do you any good. But our ship's doctor will soon have you on your feet and as good as new. What you need now is lots of rest, so I'll leave you until morning. Good night, Mr. Frankenstein.
Good night, Captain. Rest. Lots of rest.
Yes, my father. You. I crept aboard the ship when darkness fell.
I expected you. For we have reached the end.
Yes, a God as miserable as is Adam. And Adam as sorrowful as is God.
Sorrowful because your vengeance is over.
No, Frankenstein. At the end, there is no longer heart for vengeance. All things cease. All things begin again. You're dying. The son cannot survive the parent. Let me lift you in my arms.
Carry me to the deck.
Gently, tenderly I bear you, for you're all I've had to love. All I've had to hate. Frankenstein, forgive me at the end.
I forgive. And forgiveness beg. Beneath these icy waters, let there be one grave for both.
You and I, creator and created.
My presumption and your misery.
We're at the rail. The waters wait below.
Let us find peace together. Now.
The end.
The end.
And them's the true facts about the story of Frankenstein. Come see us next week, and Satan and me'll have another yarn to spin you.